guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US Democratic lawmakers have been meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Biden says he's not going anywhere, despite concerns from his own party about his age and mental agility. Some have classified Tuesday's meetings as make or break for Biden. Democrats in both the House and Senate have huddled to discuss the future of the party and whether they feel Biden should be at the top of the ticket in November's election. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is the fact. That is where we are. And preventing Donald Trump from a disastrous reign.
As Texans pick up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday, they face another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars past 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius. Some officials are warning it could take about 2 weeks to get everyone back online. Ever since Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state. It could lead to a potentially dangerous situation, people working outside to clear debris from the storm, but having no proper chance to cool off. Tony Waterman, Texas.
NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. Ever since Benji Hire has more.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year. Yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president's giving opening remarks today and hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the three-day summit. All eyes on that as Joe Biden fends off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European allies pay their fair share. Both foreign and domestic challenges at the fore this week. Benji Hire, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election. Tactical voting, and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. US Democratic lawmakers are meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Texans are picking up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl, but millions still remain without power amid 100-degree temperatures. And NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty then, thank you so much. And away we go. Look at there, it's showtime. Indeed, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, a brand new day. Midweek comes our way, 10th day of July. as the days continue to fly on by. Summertime. Are you ready for the dog days of summer? Yeah, you're definitely seeing that out west. Hey, we're looking at a heat wave impacting the eastern seaboard as well. Going to be hot for a few days. But this is the time of year you anticipate that. Summertime. All right, I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Cloudy skies outside the secret bunker. A little bit of a light show coming our way. That's going to be our taste for our region of what's left of former Hurricane Beryl. Got a lot of strong storms, numerous tornado warnings from the remnants of Beryl throughout the day Tuesday. Last few hours, things have really begun to calm down. At this moment, not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings in place. No active tornado warnings. Yeah, we did have a tornado watch in place, and that was slated to expire at the midnight hour. They did just expand that. They extended that till 2 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so that's for our area here, southwest Ohio, southeast Indiana, the northernmost reaches of Kentucky. As I said, as the remnants of Beryl are kind of rolling in our direction, let's keep our fingers crossed. We maintain power at the secret bunker here, as things could get a little rough and tumble over the next hour or so. So I'll definitely keep an eye on things. But again, at the moment, there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings for the area. So I guess based on the fact that they've extended the watch till 2 a.m., that is subject to change. Atmosphere is still rather unstable. All right, we'll start off there with our traveler's weather around the country. Hope your week's going well. Beryl continues to trigger torrential rain, flooding downpours, severe thunderstorms, and tornadoes as it travels more than 1,500 miles from where it made landfall in Texas Monday. High winds, torrential rain, flooding into parts of northeastern Texas on into Monday night, as we know. Instead of stalling over Texas, it continues to push along by a slight dip in the jet stream. The forward movement is a tropical rainstorm now. Is not enough to prevent torrential rain and flooding. We could be seeing this as far away as New England. Beryl's already interacting with the stationary front from the mid-Mississippi Valley to the central Great Lakes region. In some cases, nearly stationary thunderstorms developed early Tuesday morning and persisting into Tuesday night from central Missouri to parts of northern Ohio, northwest Indiana, and southern Michigan. It's a soggy night tonight. From about Toledo, Ohio to Fort Wayne, Indiana, you're socked in the rain in the Chicago area. Lighter rains down into central and southern portions of Illinois. But I guess if this were still out over the open waters in the Gulf, the line that's pushing through our region would be considered like a feeder band leading up into the system. That's where the stronger storms are. Eastern portions of Indiana, moving into western portions of Ohio, northern portions of Kentucky at this hour. Leading edge of Beryl, the heavy rain advanced northeast from Arkansas this past day, now pushing into the lower peninsula of Michigan and northwest Ohio overnight. 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals will be common there. Some local amounts could approach 4 to 8 inches. Along some areas with the drenching rain, the circulation around Beryl will still be potent enough to create windy conditions. Parts of the Midwest overnight tonight and through the day ahead. Chicago's one of those cities that may experience an unusually windy summer day today, here on Wednesday. A surge of high water continues to move southward along the middle Mississippi River. Water levels may push higher and last longer due to Beryl's rain as secondary tributary rivers begin to rise in Missouri and Illinois. So as we approach midweek here, the core of the storm pushes across the eastern Great Lakes, moves into upstate New York, northern New England, and the St. Lawrence Valley, bordering the U.S. and Canada. That's another zone. 2 to 4 inches of rain will be common for upstate New York and northern New England. The potential for some to see up to 6 to 8 inches. Obviously, rain of that magnitude, especially when it occurs in just a few hours, will lead to some flash flooding. As Beryl moves into the northeast, expected to interact with a non-tropical system, and some additional moisture will be pulled in from the Atlantic, and that'll cause more far-reaching downpours and severe thunderstorms than Beryl would do on its own. Got a big area of high pressure just off the east coast that will act as a giant pump, first creating the heat wave with high humidity here into midweek, then helping to draw in moisture along the Atlantic seaboard to the Appalachians from now to Friday, maybe even into Saturday. There is a tremendous amount of moisture in the air, and that's going to be squeezed out in the form of torrential downpours that could ease some of the drought on one hand, but then, too much of a good thing, flash flooding on the other hand. Now, even as the core of Beryl departs, lingering moisture will still fuel some additional showers and thunderstorms Thursday into Friday and maybe even Saturday in parts of the Atlantic seaboard. Any disturbance that rolls in from the Atlantic might enhance that moisture and create some pockets of intense rainfall. So heavy rain, flash flooding, not the only concerns from Beryl in the central and northeastern U.S. Beryl had prompted a slew of tornado warnings along the Texas coast Sunday into Monday, and we've continued to see numerous tornadoes. As of Tuesday morning, more than a dozen filtered reports of tornadoes associated with Beryl from eastern Texas to western Louisiana up into central Arkansas. Certain tropical systems carry the risk of tornadoes well beyond the initial landfall area. Beryl may continue to be one of those systems, according to AccuWeather. You add in the energy from the jet stream, enhancing that risk, especially in the Ohio Valley and parts of the Northeast. From now, Wednesday to Wednesday night, the risk of tornadoes and or some storms packing strong winds will extend from northeast Ohio to much of Pennsylvania, western and central Maryland, southern and central New York, on up into northern New Jersey and southwestern New England. So for the day ahead, they're saying eventually Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, New York will be at risk. Erie, Scranton, Williamsport, Pennsylvania in the mix. The risk for the day ahead also includes parts of southern Ontario, including Toronto and especially the Niagara Peninsula. Still a lot of action. Compliments of Beryl. So we got more on the upcoming heat wave. Now, for the poor folks in Houston, we know that with millions still without power and the temperatures really beginning to ramp up, word came down this past day where they're warning residents that they've had a 154,000-gallon wastewater spill in the downtown area after Beryl dropped all that heavy rain, cutting power to much of the metro area. They're saying residents within a half mile of the spill site, which is near the confluence of Buffalo and the Buffalo and White Oak bayous. Many of those rely on private wells. They were warned this past day, boil water for at least a minute before consuming. Municipal water supplies not being affected, according to the Public Works Department there. But this is the kind of thing that happens when you have flooding scenarios. You can have all kinds of bacteria. The public should avoid contact with waste material, soil, or water in the area potentially affected by the spill. Do not swim in affected areas. So adding kind of insult to injury, you got toxins in the water there. Nasty stuff. All right, Philly Dan is on board out of the box. Good morning, crew. Keep on humping. There's that camel I see. Marianne in the house. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Everybody be safe out on the road. Captain Ron is in the house, and he says prayers for 5-7 tonight. I came across his post. You know, in recent weeks, it hasn't been uncommon. 5-7, formerly known as Sheffy Guy. He's been kind of laying off all the political news, and he had gone a few days without checking in, so I wasn't really thinking much about it as we hadn't heard from him Monday or Tuesday morning. I thought he's just kind of getting away from things. Then I came across the post from his Facebook page. I said, wow. I had a heart attack Friday night after Mom fell, and I couldn't get her up. I called 911. Well, the EMS showed up. I was having chest pain. I couldn't breathe. The EMS called in another crew. Something you never want to hear from the EMS. As they were saying, stay with us, buddy. You were gone for a while, but we brought you back. That's downright scary. Apparently, they put him on the helicopter. He was life-flighted to Augusta, Georgia, where he's in the hospital there. He said they sent his mom to Aiken, South Carolina, with severely low oxygen levels. Now, while I'm at the hospital, he says, apparently, he says, as he put it, I checked out again, and they brought me back. My son Jimmy talked to a doctor yesterday, said he knew what he was saying. Mom told Jimmy that I'm in good hands. According to his post, he said, I'm just so sleepy, I don't feel like talking, but thanks for your prayers. That is scary, though. So apparently he was kind of a goner, brought back by the EMS, and I guess went out again while he was there in the ER. So prayers, yes, prayers for 5-7 tonight. That's something you never want to hear. All right, moving on. Larry is on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 82 in Danbury, Connecticut. We're headed for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Roy is checking in. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina, where it is currently 84 degrees. Columbus bound this morning. Daniel on the other side of the country. Good morning. We're almost to Sumner, Washington. 77 degrees. At least it's cooled down a little bit here. Hello, Larry. Good morning. 75 degrees, clear skies in Rawlins, Wyoming. We're I-80 westbound, headed back to Southern California. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Be safe. Enjoy the best show on the airwaves. Thinking about the Ranger, picturing Big Ed smoking on the fuel island. Funny stuff, right? Thank you, Steve, for the news, ladies, and memories. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and what day is it? What day is it? Hello, Pappy. It's not official till Horse Feathers makes it. 74 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hurricane rains have hit the far side of southwest Ohio. There's the remnants of Beryl. Time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe and dial it up at 844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So for many of the millions left without power after Beryl crashed into Texas, the sweltering and the heat really began ramping up this past day. Of course, the storm depriving many of air conditioning, food and water, and dangerous heat. A heat advisory is in effect and continues through the day ahead in the Houston area and beyond. Temperatures expected to be in the 90s, humidity making it feel as warm as 105 degrees. One resident who arrived early Tuesday at Pastor Joel Osteen's megachurch in Houston said, "We can handle it, but not the kids." The church is apparently serving as a cooling center, and they're distributing bottled water to folks through like a drive-in window there. Beryl making landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane. More than 2.2 million homes around Houston still without power as of Tuesday. That's down from what was over 2.7 million on Monday. Now, for a lot of folks, it's kind of a miserable repeat after storms in May killed 8 people and left about 1 million without power with the flooded roads, food spoiling, refrigerators not operating, in neighborhoods pining for air conditioning, long lines of cars and people lined up at the fast food restaurants. In some cases, they've got food trucks or gas stations that actually have power and are open at this point in time. But it could take days to fully return power in Texas. As we heard on the news break there at the top of the hour, Beryl toppled 10 of those massive transmission lines. Top priorities for the power restoration crews include nursing homes and assisted living centers. 16 hospitals apparently are running on generator power as of this past day. So, it's difficult times. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Got a couple moments before we hit our news break. Who else on board? There's Rockpick in the house. Warm out tonight on the phone. Stay safe and enjoy out there. Hello to Jeffrey from the Sunshine State. Good morning, Steve and the morning crew. Miss Millie is in the house. There's Steve Thompson. Good morning. The Overnight Drive team, all the truckers out there on the highways tonight. Prayers for our friend that posted about his mom and his heart attack. That's, 5-7, as I had just shared there. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Please pray for 5-7. It's a hot Ironton, Virginia, 80 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up there. All right, it's your weekend, isn't it there, Brain Dead? Good morning, Steve. Oh, yeah, the night off for me, along with a happy hump day to everybody else out there. 70 degrees at the West Memphis International Airport, Hair Care, Auto Repair, and CB Repair Shop. 90% humidity right now. Wow, that is oppressive. Pappy chimed in there. Prayers for 5-7, the grumpy old sailor. Hang in there, brother. Full steam ahead. Hard rudder starboard. Okay. Quickly, Eskimo Mom. Guess you're getting your week started, right? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Hope everybody's safe out there. My aunt's being diagnosed with early stage cancer, and of course 5-7 being in the hospital for heart issues are reminders to stay on top of your health, or they'll take you places you don't want to be. I'm actually on a staycation this week. Oh, all right. Remnants of Beryl are on top of us in western Ohio and eastern Indiana. Here for a few minutes, my home 20 was kind of holding its breath for some rotation that could have been a spin-up tornado. Looks like things are calming down for now.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US Democratic lawmakers have been meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Biden says he's not going anywhere, despite concerns from his own party about his age and mental agility. Some have classified Tuesday's meetings as make or break for Biden. Democrats in both the House and Senate have huddled to discuss the future of the party and whether they feel Biden should be at the top of the ticket in November's election. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is the fact. That is where we are. And preventing Donald Trump from a disastrous reign.
As Texans pick up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday, they face another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars past 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius. Some officials are warning it could take about 2 weeks to get everyone back online. FSN's Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state. It could lead to a potentially dangerous situation, people working outside to clear debris from the storm, but having no proper chance to cool off. Tony Waterman, Texas.
NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. FSN's Benji Hire has more.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year. Yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president's giving opening remarks today and hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit. All eyes on that as Joe Biden fends off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European allies pay their fair share. Both foreign and domestic challenges at the fore this week. Benji Hire, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Underway. Here we go. Got some frog strangling rain outside the bunker right now. Thanks to Beryl. Just the good news is I'm not seeing anything as far as severe thunderstorm warnings, just heavy rains. All right, we'll get to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Shall we make it official? Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Or should we make it official like Pappy said to do and say, hey, Mike, what day? Wait a minute. What's happening to your listeners, Your Honor? How many listeners do you have left here?
Yeah. How about that? 5-7. That's scary as hell when you're the EMT say, hang in there, buddy.
Yeah.
You were out for a while. Wow.
Yeah. So, there's getting to be more of us out here that have had a heart attack that listen to your show than haven't. Do you feel that trend coming along, Your Honor?
There's no denying it.
Yeah. So, because, you go back to Ranger and me, and then, you got Anita out there now.
Right now, yep.
Spaceman, and now 5-7, and so everybody out there, pay attention to what you got going on. Something doesn't feel quite right, and don't just think that a heart attack has those specific signs there. You think of chest pain or pain in your left arm. There's a lot of different signs that you're having a heart attack, and pretty much anything that makes you feel off is a good sign that you want to at least pay attention to it, not ignore it for too long. And especially when you come to the female side of heart attacks, they're presenting symptoms a lot of times are nowhere near what you think the classic heart attack signs are. So anyways, there I did my PSA thing there for you for a little bit. But anyways, for the rest of us, so what day is it, Your Honor?
Happy Hump Day.
And just remember, if you're not on the first hump, your view never changes. But anyway, let's see, where can we go from there? So I made a phone call this evening, Your Honor, before the show because I was riding up the road to get ready to take my cigarette break there on the propane loading rack there turning into the midnight hour, and talked to the one and only what was it that Gouger called him? The psychedelic jacket? Red Mule. I talked to Red Mule, Your Honor.
Really? How's he doing?
So he's doing good. He sounds really good out there. So I guess he's still dealing a little bit with his wife. She's still got some medical issues they're still trying to get straightened out. But I think he's decided he might be more towards the retired side than driving. He still has his truck and still got it on the road enough to take it out every once in a while and get it some exercise and lubricate the bearings and everything and keep things moving and everything. So he's still deciding what exactly he's going to do with that piece of equipment. But he's doing well. But so anyways, we kind of chit-chatted about this and that. And anyways, getting towards the politics side, he said that Jill Biden has an advisor, and you're going to have to look this up because I missed what he said his last name was. But Jill Biden has an advisor. His first name is Anthony, and he might be more in the know of who the puppeteer is, and he might be getting orders from the puppeteer, and he might be the one actually drawing the strings the way the Red Mule was talking. So I don't know if we can look into that situation a little more and find out more about who he is, and maybe find out more about him and how much we have to be watching him as well as everybody else there, down there in that circle of swamp down there. But so I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if you can come up with an answer for it or not. So when Donald J. Trump was president, what actions did he take to make it look like he was a king? Because I keep hearing these people talking right now that,
right.
If he's reelected as president, he's going to be acting like a king and do like he did. What did he do? What was it he did that people thinking he was did he have people's heads chopped off? Was he sending people to the guillotine and having their heads chopped off? What was it he did, Your Honor? I'm just trying to, I don't know. It seems like, he made into law signed the things that Congress had sent him, or he had the choice to veto what Congress sent him, and he made some executive orders like every other president, but they can all be undone by the next president, so we found out very quickly. So what was it? I don't know.
It's all scare tactics. So, you gotta make it sound like
exactly.
He's an orange man bad.
Exactly. And so anyways, but anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot more going on. Sounds like Barrow's making a pretty good run up the center of the country there. What'd you do? Put that on a fast track there to you and the AccuWeather gods? You put a fan behind that?
Right.
Give it the old football punt or what? Get it though. It seems like it's cruising because just yesterday morning you're talking it was down there in Arkansas and putting some rain down. Now you got it all the way up there in the Ohio Valley, and you're talking tomorrow all the way up through upstate New York into New England. That's really rocking and rolling. So I don't know. I guess one last thing there I saw that somebody posted there was that I guess the government has come out and said how bad the Norfolk Southern was for its handling of the situation there in East Palestine, Ohio. Did you catch any information on that at all?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I saw that. I think that was in the days before the holiday weekend there. Yeah, but they came down hard on them.
Okay, so a lot of what I saw there said that it was all in the handling of how they, decided to burn off the rail cars and all that. Now, wasn't the government and the EPA involved in telling them and the local authorities of how they were handling the situation? Wasn't the federal government involved in most of the decision making in that and saying, I don't know. I'm just thinking, and I know they had some pretty nasty chemicals they were trying to take care of in those rail cars that they were worried about. The BLEVE effect, the boiling liquid expansion, vapor expansion, and everything, and you didn't want the rail cars to leave the area they were in and spill their product over a greater area and cause a lot more problems and everything of that nature. And then you had to think about it. But the thing is that some of those products, they don't have the complete combustion where, like, propane rail cars, or if you had rail cars with gasoline or stuff like that in them, would have been a more complete combustion, and there wouldn't have been the residue and the leftover effects that apparently there are from the chemicals that were in those rail cars. So, but I guess at the time, you're trying to do the best you can with what you have. I don't know. Sounds to me like somebody's just trying to blame somebody and get a little bit of money out of it.
I mean, if I'm trying to recall, it sounds, the National Transportation Safety Board said Norfolk Southern ultimately made that decision to burn those chemicals so they could expedite the process of getting the rail line back open.
Yeah, and there was that too, but everybody had to sign off on it. The Norfolk and Southern couldn't have just gone in there and lit the rail cars on fire without the approval of the government and the people running the scene. So I don't know. As I say, I think there's a lot more to the details than what we're getting, and I think somebody's just trying to put something out there to try to make everybody look like they're trying to do their job to make everybody feel good, to blame the big bad railroad, who may not be as bad as what it's all going to, but it might just be an easy way to get them just to pay off and move on. I don't know. But anyways, that's about all we got for you there. So as I say, just there's always more than one side to these stories that we get out here, and a lot of times we don't get all the information we need. So with that, I guess we'll let you go, and everybody be safe, be careful, and prayers to all our friends out there. Make sure that we're all safe and sound, and if you don't hear from somebody, I guess we got to rattle their cage and see where they're at.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, right. just don't assume. All right. Okay, 15 before the hour. Yeah, we touched on this. I guess it was late June here, just a couple weeks ago. Dateline, East Palestine, Ohio. It's the National Transportation Safety Board Chair, Jennifer Homendy, who said that Norfolk Southern was interfering with the investigation, abusing their status as a party to probe to help gather information. Norfolk Southern's abuse of the party process was unprecedented and reprehensible, were her words. Numerous times, she said, the railroad delayed or failed to give investigators information. Twice, she had called the railroad at the request of investigators and threatened to issue subpoenas for information. Go on down to the accusations that they were just in a rush trying to expedite the process of getting those chemicals burned when it wasn't necessary to do so. Some of the findings were not a surprise because the National Transportation Safety Board had released quite a bit about their investigation, but the hearing that they held revealed the most details yet about how it all started, the overheating bearing and the failure of the trackside detectors to catch the soaring temperatures of that bearing. They also delved into the decision to deliberately vent and burn the vinyl chloride, and they said that decision was flawed. Now, after discussing how the trackside detector in Salem, Ohio, failed to measure the bearing's temperature, investigators said Norfolk Southern and their contractors compromised the integrity of the vent and burn decision by withholding information from Oxy Vinyls, the company that made the vinyl chloride, and evidence that the tank cars were actually cooling after the crash. Officials who made that decision said they never received any information suggesting that the vent and burn was not their only option. Norfolk Southern and its contractors continued to assert the necessity of the vent and burn, even though available evidence should have led them to reevaluate that conclusion. Yeah, that's what the investigators are saying. I mean, yeah, how long is it going to take to get this stuff moved out of the way? And he goes, no, let's just burn it. And you saw the potential health effects. That was a pretty damning report from investigators in regards to Norfolk Southern. All right, we had a quick time out here. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, lines available at 844-844-3388. Send your heat wave. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all today?
Better than 5-7.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I must have had a bad tower a while ago. It was blinking in and out as far as your program, and then the phone was doing the same thing, so must have had a bad tower. A correction for Miss Millie, it's not 5-7's mother. It's actually his wife. I think it's just a term of endearment that he calls her mom or mother.
Because his post says, I had a heart attack Friday night after Mom fell. Okay, so I guess he refers to his wife as Mom.
Yeah, because she's had issues in the past. Because I believe, family history, I don't believe his mother would be alive right now. But that's what it was.
Okay.
It's his wife. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So, anyways, I'm up here just north of Santa Fe. We got rain on I-25, and looks like we got rain going down on I-40 as well, and 60 degrees. Woohoo! That's nice compared to how warm it was earlier today. But as much as it's been hot outside, that AC is just pumping and going, and whenever I'm in the house, I've got to put a jacket on because it's cold to me, but it's nice and easy for the lady heat wave and for my daughter Alicia because of their conditions. Pappy, if you're listening, yes, thank you very much. My wife really appreciates what you suggested. The only problem is we don't have that Kentucky blend out here that he was talking about, and so when I got the tobacco for her to roll. She said, hell, it tastes just like native 100s, the native tobacco.
Yeah.
What you can only get at reservations out here. So, yeah, we're going to have to figure out which one is the one that's most close to Marlboro Red. But I told her she's got to smoke that whole package of tobacco before I get her another bag of it. So anyways, that gives her something to do. Oh, what else we got going on out here? Well, like I said, prayers for 5-7, definitely. He gave me a call earlier this morning, and I had missed it because I had my phone on the wife's side of the bed so I could charge up. And then when I tried calling him back, it went directly to voicemail. So then I found out
you didn't,
via Facebook.
Unable to get any word on whether, because, I mean, I'm kind of curious if anybody has talked to him, if they found blockages or what the prognosis is and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would like to know as well. I mean, there's been disagreements between a few folks and him, but, I mean, this is family, so we need to worry, take care of ourselves and show some concern and prayers. The situation in Houston. Well, let's send out the electric fleet of cars and trucks to go out there and, well, wait a minute, once you get out there, you're not going to be able to charge up your vehicles. And with the power lines down, I think diesel and gasoline or even LPG or CNG vehicles would do better, especially if you got to go out in flood areas, because electricity and water, they don't mix very well, do they?
I'm thinking vehicle batteries, which are, all the bottom of the vehicle and being submerged in floodwaters, are probably not a good combination.
No. I mean, it just shows the I wouldn't say hypocrisy, but the idiocy of government, bureaucrats, and companies that are trying to appease these people that are, green power. Folks, it ain't going to happen. You have an emergency like that, you need to make sure you've got a gasoline or a diesel running engine or the fuel to get your vehicle up and out of there. I mean, this is a prime example. And, I mean, 10 transmission lines. To me, I'm thinking those big metal, towering structures, that carry 6 or 7 or 8 damn power lines. But, I mean, good night. That's still a lot. So, anyways, well, the government now. I know Monday I wasn't going to do it, but today, you listen to the people on The View, and I wasn't listening to them. It was something that Sean Hannity had on his show with Joy Reid griping and complaining. Well, I'm tired and pissed off about them talking bad about Joe Biden. Well, you didn't seem to worry about too much when y'all were cackling over Trump. And then Whoopi gets on there and says, so what if he poops his pants? I step in a lot of poop myself. And it's like, what the hell's the matter with these people?
Yeah.
They just hate Trump so bad, and they call him a convicted felon that abused women. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if he did have a relationship with Stormy Daniels, I guess maybe all those men that she's been with in those porno movies, maybe she's been sexually abused by them too, so maybe she ought to sue them. I mean, she got paid for it, and allegedly she got paid for this. So, I'll vote for the convicted felon over a jackass like Joe who is destroying this country. Now, really, what good has he done for us? Not just for a small segment, but for us, the U.S. as a whole. I'm waiting. Don't hold your breath.
Hang in there. We'll be back tomorrow. I probably still won't have an answer.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, whoever he has benefited has not been us. You know, the working Joes out here. You know, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's using our money to pay back student loan debt. How about that? That's not benefiting me, is it? We got to pause there, though. It's 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. U.S. Democratic lawmakers have been meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Biden says he's not going anywhere, despite concerns from his own party about his age and mental agility. Some have classified Tuesday's meetings as make or break for Biden. Democrats in both the House and Senate have huddled to discuss the future of the party and whether they feel Biden should be at the top of the ticket in November's election. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is a fact. That is where we are, and preventing Donald Trump from a disastrous reign.
As Texans pick up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday, they face another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars past 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius. Some officials are warning it could take about 2 weeks to get everyone back online. FSN's Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state. It could lead to a potentially dangerous situation, people working outside to clear debris from the storm, but having no proper chance to cool off. Tony Waterman, Texas.
NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. FSN's Benji Hire has more.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year. Yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president's giving opening remarks today and hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the three-day summit. All eyes on that as Joe Biden fends off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European allies pay their fair share. Both foreign and domestic challenges at the fore this week. Benji Hire, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election. Tactical voting, and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. US Democratic lawmakers are meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Texans are picking up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl, but millions still remain without power amid 100-degree temperatures. And NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Alrighty, underway on a hump day. Midweek coming on here. Hope your week's going well. Hello to Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Everybody have a safe night out there. A lot of folks chiming in prayers for 5-7. Yep. Hello, Russell. Good morning. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker. 76 degrees, a light rain in Dayton, Ohio. All you truckers and crew have a good night. Waiting for another good program. Hello to Bidu. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew as well. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 74 degrees here in Nashville. I missed your pass through. I saw your posts where you had passed through our area. Made it down to Findlay Market as he's on that cross-country tour. See, I missed you over the 4th of July weekend there. I hope you enjoyed our fair town. It's been many, many years since I've actually been down to Findlay Market, but obviously you made it safely out. Buckeye Boy checks in, let's see, my last night in Murray, Utah, where it is 83 degrees. Braves beat the Snakes, win their 4th in a row. Found out earlier I'm not going to be able to pick up till 4:30 Mountain Time today, which is going to make it more difficult for me to get back on Saturday for my grandson's birthday party. I'll give it my best shot. Also have to see if I can get a late checkout at the hotel so I don't have to lay around in my truck. Anyway, prayers for 5-7. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Yes, indeed. It is hump date. Buckeye Boy also said, yes, I believe someone in the federal, state, or local government got paid off by Norfolk Southern so they could, quote, expedite clearing of that wreck because they were losing millions of dollars every day it was closed, right? It was imperative to get that line back running. Hello, Cripshot, checking in from the hospital tonight. Hello, everybody. Not again, all right? Gary is on board. There's Timothy. Hope your week's going well. Gary says, are you kidding me? These people want to keep Fossil Man? You can't fix stupid. Yes. Meanwhile, yes, the heat builds. Widespread highs in the 90s in the store for most areas east of the Appalachians. Even some of the valleys in the mountain range will approach or exceed 90 along the I-95 corridor. Actual temperatures will be closer to the 100-degree mark. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Richmond, Virginia. Now, due to the fact this is typically the hottest time of the year, we're probably not going to be talking as far as record high temperatures being said. Now, even in Philadelphia with a high in the mid-90s, New York City and Boston, highs near 90. The heat will feel a bit more intense when you factor in the sun's rays here in mid-July. Just a few weeks past the summer solstice. New York City Central Park thermometer hit 95 Monday. That was the hottest you've seen so far this year. But the linchpin in all cases is humidity. You take a look at the dew point temperatures determining just how humid the air may feel to most people. Dew point is the temperature where the air will be saturated to 100% humidity. Now, if it could be cooled down that much, when dew point temperatures hit 70 along I-95, for example, that's a humid day by most people's standards. However, today and Thursday, in some cases, those dew point temperatures will be well into the 70s and even in excess of 80 in some areas of the mid-Atlantic. The more humid the air is, the more difficult it is for the body to regulate its core temperature, as the natural cooling mechanism, the evaporation of perspiration, is much less effective when it's so moist in the air. Well, so the combination, the heat, high humidity, intense mid-July sunshine, it's going to feel well into the in excess of the triple digits. From southeastern Pennsylvania, portions of New Jersey, into the Carolinas, even portions of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Temperatures will climb well into the 90s to near 100, even in the southern New England. And not much relief during the overnight hours, which adds some stress to the power grids, making it very uncomfortable if you don't have air conditioning. Now, by the time the urban areas begin to cool off at night, the sun's already beginning to come up, and you just begin to repeat the pattern for another new day. Looks like another round of showers and thunderstorms are forecast along much of the Atlantic seaboard Thursday to Friday. As those downpours occur, humidity levels will still be very high, but temperatures will trend a bit lower. Now, we could see enough rain for some flash flooding in urban areas. Any downpours that occur will help the building drought in some areas to quell the wildfire risk for that part of the country. All right, we left off there with heat wave at the top of the hour. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding me over. Although I forgot what in the hell I was talking about. So, anyways, yeah, you know, they had the what was it, the Essence Festival or some sort of thing there in New Orleans where Giggles was, and they had a roving reporter from Fox go there, and you know, I don't understand what black Americans do not understand about the Democrat Party. Now I know what I was going to talk about. Because they were all, you know, there was about 50-50. They would vote for a dead Joe Biden and they would for a live convict. And others are like, hey, I was better off under Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you know, they're kind of, but, you know, they got to realize the Democrats are the one that enslaved them. The Democrats are the one that said they were only 3/5 of a person. Democrats are the one that had the Jim Crow laws and where you had to pay $5 to vote. You know, somehow things got turned. And if you tell the truth in schools to teach kids that, then you're going to get fired because that's not politically correct. I don't give a damn about political correctness. Tell the truth. How simple is that? Now, the Democrats, House Democrats, are going to they're being told to vote against a Republican bill in the House because Democrats want non-U.S. citizens, illegal aliens, as most people would call them, to vote, be able to vote in this next election. When it clearly states in the Constitution, or wherever, it says, hey, you must be a citizen to vote. Now, they're going to push back on it. And then, of course, when it passes in the House, it goes to the Senate.
Yeah.
Then what are the Senate Democrats going to do?
It goes nowhere.
But, I mean, you know.
Well, haven't we
been, I mean, it's already
how long have
long.
we been saying that it is all by design, that these millions that are coming in, it is by design. Eventually, that's the goal, is to get them to be able to help control the political landscape in this country. They're taking it one step at a time, but that is the ultimate goal. Send your heat wave. Have a great day. It is 844-844-3388. Industry headlines. Let's jump over to a couple of tidbits here. We do see the long-awaited proposal aimed at improving broker transparency still expected to be released this fall, according to the DOT's regulatory agenda. The FMCSA is still targeting October to unveil their notice of proposed rulemaking regarding transparency in property broker transactions. This rulemaking was prompted by a petition from OOIDA back in 2020. That petition asked the agency to, number one, to require brokers to automatically provide an electronic copy of each transaction record within 48 hours after the contractual service has been completed. Number two, to explicitly prohibit brokers from including any provision that requires carriers to waive their rights to access the transaction records. Now, there is a regulation, CFR 371.3, that already requires brokers keep records of each transaction with the carrier, and that each party to the transaction has a right to view these records. OOIDA asked the agency to begin enforcing that regulation and to eliminate any loopholes that allow brokers to sidestep that rule. The Small Business and Transportation Coalition also petitioned the agency. Motor carriers victimized through unpaid claims, unpaid loads, double brokered loads, or load phishing schemes every day. If broker transparency regulations and enforcement can be improved, then disputes between carriers and sureties will be reduced, and there will be less need for litigation, less need for FMCSA intervention, and the economic health of the broker motor carrier component of the industry as a whole will be stronger. So they had granted the petition March of last year. They were first targeting June of last year to release the proposal. Then they changed the target date to October. They remain, they say, committed to initiating a rulemaking in this year, 2024, concerning broker transparency. All right. Anxiously anticipating this proposal as broker concerns remain a top issue for OOIDA members. That was the word from Jay Grimes, the Director of Federal Affairs, earlier this year. As he put it, the sooner the better.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Trying to pull up the legislation that he was just referring to. It's called the SAVE Act. SAVE. Short for Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. And that is the legislation that Democrats are opposing. The SAVE Act, which would prevent non-citizens from voting in federal elections. Johnson says many of the Democrats want illegals to participate in our federal elections. They want them to vote. There's no other conclusion you can draw here. When the White House announced they would veto the bill, they effectively handed our elections over to all of these illegals that have come over here. Now, non-citizens are already barred from voting in federal elections. This bill specifically requires states to obtain proof of citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote and remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls. If Democrats did not want them to be able to vote, albeit illegally, there is no other reason that they would oppose this legislation. Now, it says the bill has little chance of passing the Democrat-controlled Senate, and the White House has vowed to veto it, even if it did. Now, what are they trying to say? The Biden administration said this bill would do nothing to safeguard our elections. It would make it harder for all eligible Americans to register. It would increase the risk of eligible voters being purged from voter rolls. Really? The evidence is clear. The current laws to prevent non-citizen voting are working as intended. It's extraordinarily rare for non-citizens to break the law by voting in federal elections. Of course, as Johnson said, this is just common sense legislation. You got to make sure we don't have an election that is flawed in this way. Yeah, you should ask every Democrat if they're voting against this legislation, how in the world they can justify that. A 2016 audit in North Carolina found 41 legal immigrants who voted in the state's election out of 4.8 million votes cast, according to the Department of Justice. 2022, Georgia's Secretary of State did an audit of his state's voter rolls, found 1,634 non-citizens, but he tried to say the election officials had caught all the applications and none were actually registered to vote. Back to the calls. Who's on board? Chris, I believe it is. See what's happening with Chris out there. Happy Hump Day.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. I was just going to tell you, anybody that's going through Cincinnati going north needs to stay off 75. There was, we got about 4 inches of humidity there, Steve.
Okay.
But, a truck jackknifed. I never saw this before. He rear-ended another truck, apparently, with the side of his sleeper, and it knocked his damn trailer right off the tractor. I don't know if he didn't have it hitched right or if he hit that hard, but one lane was getting through. You could get onto the Norwood lateral, or it'd be best to take 71 up or take 275 around. It's around the 7-mile marker.
Okay.
It looks pretty bad. There's not serious injuries, but I think it's going to be a mess to clean up.
I like you said, you got had some heavy rain earlier. Maybe a little hydroplaning came into play there, you think?
Yeah, just north of that, you could barely weave your way through it. The right lane was blocked with a sideways pickup truck. But just north of it, yeah, I started hydroplaning a little bit.
Okay.
It was, but that's always slick through there when it rains. I don't know why. But yeah, that was bad. I was bobtail. It was hard to get it stopped. It's a good thing I saw it in time. But man, it's going to take something to clean that up, I'm sure. Picking that damn trailer up.
Okay, so
it's not tipped in.
It's going to be a few hours, in other words.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to get worse. That's about all I had tonight.
Well, thank you for the heads up there. Safe travels out there. It looks like the heavy rains, it was rather short-lived here outside the bunker. It came down torrential when it did, but things have lightened up out there at this point in time. So off to the east, the heavy rains continue. Okay, we were talking earlier. Yeah, flooding, electric vehicles, not a good combination. Yeah, we've already had several examples of this, and as more and more people are buying into the electric vehicles, which I know that the numbers are dropping, the demand, but there are still tens of thousands that are indeed purchasing electric vehicles. I just can't help but wonder how many of these vehicles in and around the Houston area in southern Texas that saw incredible flooding in recent days. I'll take you back to the report from, 2022 or several years ago. How many years ago was Hurricane Ian? I can't recall. This was in Florida as they were cleaning up, discovering that the storm turned some electric vehicles into incendiary devices on roads, parking lots, even on the back of tow trucks. Electric vehicles that were flooded and damaged by the storm after the storm had begun catching fire without warning through some of the hardest hit areas of flooding in the state. ABC News said his team had counted at least 9 such instances. In some cases, the electric vehicles would just burst into flames, stay on fire, and then possibly reignite hours later. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has warned electric vehicles can ignite weeks after contact with salt water. Now, we just saw all the storm surge there along the coastal areas of Texas. I have a sneaky suspicion we're going to begin to see the same scenario unfolding there in parts of Texas in the coming days.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US Democratic lawmakers have been meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Biden says he's not going anywhere, despite concerns from his own party about his age and mental agility. Some have classified Tuesday's meetings as make or break for Biden. Democrats in both the House and Senate have huddled to discuss the future of the party and whether they feel Biden should be at the top of the ticket in November's election. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is the fact. That is where we are. And preventing Donald Trump from a disastrous reign.
As Texans pick up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday, they face another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars past 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius. Some officials are warning it could take about 2 weeks to get everyone back online. FSN's Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state. It could lead to a potentially dangerous situation, people working outside to clear debris from the storm, but having no proper chance to cool off. Tony Waterman, Texas.
NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. FSN's Benji Hire has more.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year. Yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president's giving opening remarks today and hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit. All eyes on that as Joe Biden fends off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European allies pay their fair share. Both foreign and domestic challenges at the fore this week. Benji Hire, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
We say welcome aboard to the visionary from 4 years ago who cited that Joe Biden was a victim of elder abuse. Hello, always moving.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I've missed you. I miss you more than you realize. And I think about everybody all the time when I'm driving around on 71 and the trailer wrecks I have seen lately, including the fatal at 270, I think it's, 270 and 71, just outside of Columbus. Went by that right after it had happened. That poor trailer flipped over as it was coming around the bend and killed that driver. Just a lot of bad wrecks that I see along my little travels. And I always think about everyone, and I hope everyone's okay. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, have you been?
Doing well. Had a good few days off there for Independence Day.
Good. Did you play in your pool?
Not much time in the pool, but we did get to do a little, fireworks activity and went to the professional display near our neighborhood. So.
Ah, very good. How nice. Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed your holiday, and I hope everyone else had a wonderful July 4th holiday. I was at work the night of the debate. I was at the hospital, shall I say, and I tried to bring it up. I don't have any sound, and I only could see. I saw a couple of minutes. I couldn't tell what was happening, and I had to turn it off because work calls. But anyway, started watching what was happening in the aftermath of that, and I just chuckled my head off that I must truly be a visionary, that 4 years ago I had called and talked to you.
Yes.
Exactly about this, and I said, and I remember it distinctly telling you that shame on Joe Biden and the family and the Democrats for doing this to a person when it's no fault of their own. this is a fact of life that happens to a lot of people as you get older. And, it's just that. And what upset me more than anything 4 years ago is that they cared more about their personal power than they did about the good of the country. And I am a person who lives in this country, and I was appalled that they thought so little of me as a person. I know they don't like me because I'm a Republican, but they hated me as a person. They didn't like their own Democrats that they would do that. But more than anything, how dare you do that to another human being on the worldwide stage? That's the thing. It's a worldwide stage, and that is awful. I mean, you paraded this person around in front of the rest of the world for 4 years and have put on the biggest lie going. And that is what is sad. And that the media has covered it up and went along with it to get their agenda, back their little person. And now all of a sudden they act like, oh my gosh, we didn't know this was happening. Well, it was obvious 4 years ago. And more importantly, now they're all feeding on them like piranhas. And they're trying to make like this is some kind of a new discovery. And I have since I've been able to watch parts of the debate. I have listened to Megyn Kelly, all sorts of Bill O'Reilly. I've been listening to, I watched the George Stephanopoulos interview, and just watching all the information that's coming out. I mean, it's just hemorrhaging at this point. And I still come back to, when, especially right after the interview, right after the debate, when Joe Biden took President Joe Biden out and said, "You did it. You answered all the questions."
Yep.
And then she turns to the audience and says, "And what does Trump do? He lies." And I thought, you're committing the biggest lie ever. What are you talking about? And you are humiliating the person that you're supposed to love. I would never, ever, ever do that to another person that I love. And that's what is the sad part of this. I mean, there's so many sad parts to it, but I mean, even Roger Moore, the movie person that is just such a staunch Democrat, said, if I'm the only one that can speak up to protect him, I will. And at this point, and that's embarrassing to our country. It's embarrassing to him. He's not going to be left with a legacy of anything good that he did, but of this. This is going to be the final mark. There's a reason the Mary Tyler Moore show years ago went out while it was at the top of the ratings, because it didn't want to fall and go out. You go out with grace at the time. And the whole idea that they have known this for 4 years is just mind-blowing. And it's really upsetting. Anybody who is a member of the United States of America should be very, very upset that this was portrayed upon them. And if you voted for him, you weren't paying attention to what was going on, or you agree with that kind of policy. And shame on you, because that is not the way this country is set up. So anyway, I mean, you probably have had a gazillion calls about it and all, but I think the human side is how sad, how absolutely sad to do that to somebody, and all. And then in listening to the pundits talk, the other thing that is mind-blowing to me, and these are quotes, the Trump horrors is one of the things they say. It's all about defeating Donald Trump because of the Trump horrors, and that there's not going to be any democracy. Well, there isn't a democracy in the last election because you did a bait and switch. You put a person up as a front man, and then you switched out and put someone else in. And that's a lie. And that's not democracy. That's not what people were voting for. And that's a shame. I mean, it's just, this is such a huge stain on the United States as a whole, that it's sad. It's very, very sad. And Megyn Kelly said that she had a friend that was a Democrat that in talking to her, she said, oh, I don't mind if he can't do it and it's a group discussion and the others do it. I don't mind. And I just thought, wow, all righty then.
Right.
You know, if that's really what you want, then you go for it. But the group discussion is between Congress and the Senate and the president and all the checks and balances that we have in place in this country. There isn't a group happening right there in the White House chair. I mean, that's the problem. So, yeah, and it's not, the Senate and the Congress doesn't all go to all the group meetings with the with the worldwide leaders. That's the front person that goes. And look what you have put out there. So, yeah, it's very, very, very sad in a lot of ways, and it's got me all riled up again politically. So anyway, yeah, and you know, and I was so disappointed 4 years ago at what was done and how it was done, and with the whole election and the Biden and the parading him around, knowing that he was declining and all that, and just the entire thing. I literally turned off my radio. I have not listened to much radio in 4 years because I was so upset over what was happening with the government as a whole. And the more I listened to it, the more upset I got. And, you know, what do? I guess you can't go and show your disappointment at the Capitol because you go to jail for that. So what do? You just sit quietly for 4 years and just, you know, whatever happens, happens, because I can't change it now. And, you know, I wasn't trying to be I didn't go home and cry and carry on like, you know, and wanting to move out of the country. I was just disheartened, absolutely disheartened. And that's sad because I'm a very proud American citizen, very, very proud. And I think I would like to think that most people are, and they should be, because we do live in a great country. But this is something to be, this is just beyond my comprehension. It's way worse than anything I have ever seen in government or heard about, and it's right up there with what the United States has always pointed fingers at in other countries, of, you know, malfeasance in office and stuff.
Yep.
And this is truly, there's no difference between that. So anyway, my other news is I'm having a bit of a raccoon invasion at my place. And, you know, you have farm dogs, and they're supposed to keep the critters away, and my farm dog passed away unexpectedly in December, and I should have given all of my farm dogs medals because I didn't realize how good they were doing until I was without one. And I knew that, you know, I was having some issues, but I didn't realize how bad it got until they just started putting their faces right out there when I was in the barn, and they're like, hey, how you doing? You got any cat food for me? And I'm like, no. And my cats had all lost weight, and I was trying to be careful not to feed at night, but only feeding, you know, in daylight hours, but that wasn't helping. And so I moved literally the raccoons I was out, you know, at the water tank, and they'd come right up and wave at me, and I, you know, chase them, you know, shoo them away. And so I stopped feeding in the barn, and I started feeding at just the front of the house. And here they came, right on up to the front step and come right up, and I, shoo them away. So I actually started barking at them like a dog, trying to make them think I'm a big, bad farm dog. And I thought, I got my gun here. I'm just going to have to shoot it. And I couldn't find my bullets that night. And I thought, what if it's a mom with babies? Then I would feel bad about it. And by golly, the next morning I got up to go to work. And I opened the front door, and it was a mom, and she had both of her babies, and they all jumped up on the front porch with their hands out. And I'm like, oh my God, shoot, go away. And I run off at them. And the babies were so little, they ran under the hostas because they were too dumb to know. Mom had run off, she abandoned her critters. So anyway, I now spend an hour a day watching my cats eat so that I can keep the raccoons away.
Yeah.
They still come up, and I put the food out, and I bark at them, but at least the cats are getting to eat, and they're putting their weight back on. So I now have an hour a day that I do that. And sometimes I think maybe I'm too nice, but I got to find another farm dog so I can put stuff back out in the barn and go back to my normal life. But anyway, that's my latest is raccoons, and getting ready to pedal some more here in August. Got 200-mile rides coming up, and just staying cool with the heat, working hard. Oh, do you have time for me to say one more thing?
Go ahead.
So here's an interesting thing that I never thought about until I heard about it, but we do have people at the hospital, we have patients that are, as you want to call them, undocumented. And I overheard a couple weeks ago that one of the attendings was saying about the patient that was there that this is truly an infectious disease patient because this youth had walked from somewhere down in South America and had come all the way up and gotten into the United States, has made its way to Columbus, and was now sick. So I did not know this, but as you're in different countries, there are certain illnesses that are prominent to those countries.
Right.
So they had to find out from this patient all the countries this patient had walked through to figure out what diseases they had to look for. Isn't that interesting?
Fascinating.
Because, we talked about, with the Ebola years ago, we had to always check to see who has traveled overseas. Had you been to Africa lately?
Yep.
And that was a main question that they would ask them. Have you been to Africa lately? Have you visited any countries? And there are certain people that do travel to Africa on a regular basis, the countries in Africa, and they will come back and they'll be sick and they will have to ask them, so, what countries were you in? And they're looking for any kind of diseases that they would pick up over there. Because all countries have their illnesses, but that's what they look for. So with this, and I had never thought about it, that they had to figure out exactly all the countries this person had walked through, and then they check off the diseases and run the test looking to see, because, it's exhibiting, symptoms A, B, C, and so we got to do that. So just sharing a little tidbit with you about how it's done up there. And I'd never thought about it in all my time up there that's interesting. So as soon as I heard it, I thought, well, I got to share it with everyone else that's how it's done. So that's my latest, raccoons, diseases, and the state of the country. What you got? Anything new?
Nah, not a whole lot new on this end. Just we're counting down the days to our cruise in October.
You're doing a cruise?
We are.
Really? I've always wanted to do a cruise. Where are you going?
It's called the ABC. It's Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. ABC cruise.
Oh, wow. Is it for the listeners? For all your listeners?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, everybody had to have final payments in like yesterday. I think everybody's set, ready to go. And it's a sold out cruise.
Did you get a good turnout for it? Really?
Yeah.
Did you get a good turnout for it?
Yeah, we did. It's better than we've had in quite a while, so should be a good time. A lot of first timers going to be joining us.
I've always wanted to do a cruise, and I've always wanted to do a cruise with your group because, you know, you've had them for so many years, but because I can't listen all the time, then, you know, fully on me. So, oh, well. Well, you guys have a wonderful time. When are you going to be gone?
October, I think we leave the 11th. I'll be off starting the 11th. You know, the cruise is like from the 12th through the 20th, I think it is, like an 8-night, 9-day, whatever the...
Sounds good.
So
well, you have a wonderful time. Take lots of sunscreen.
Exactly. And see what kind of diseases we can pick up on the islands, right? It's fascinating that she would bring that up, because I had the story here where the CDC this past day issuing an urgent dengue fever warning as 41 travelers in New Jersey are affected. In the first half of this year, more than 9.7 million cases have been reported across North, Central, and South America. The CDC has issued an urgent dengue fever warning after 41 travelers in New Jersey were sickened. This is the mosquito-transmitted virus. Cases of dengue are currently at an all-time high across all North, Central, and South America, according to the CDC. All these New Jersey residents were infected while traveling. As of July the 2nd, according to the CDC, no cases have been locally transmitted in the state. Those travelers came from 15 different counties in New Jersey. Bergen County seeing the most cases with 8 travelers sickened. They didn't say which country that the travelers had most recently visited. Meanwhile, Florida has seen 210 total cases of dengue fever this year, 7 of which were reported to be locally transmitted. Most of those were down in Miami-Dade County. Over 1,500 cases in Puerto Rico, 10 cases confirmed in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's, again, the mosquitoes. Dengue, caused by a virus spread by a type of warm weather mosquito that's actually expanding its footprint throughout the Americas. If you're going to be traveling, use plenty of not only the sunscreen, but use the insect repellents, right? All right, let's see what Eagle has on his mind here this Wednesday, Hump Day. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. I got a lot of stuff going on tonight. A lot of stuff to talk about. There's so many things going on. Let me see what I'm gonna talk about first. It's probably getting close to the top of the hour. But I think what I'm gonna talk about first, Steve, is something that goes back to crime again before I get to Joe Biden's situation and what I think is gonna finally get him out of the race before the Democratic convention. Got some thoughts on that. But I want to talk about another incident that took place in the rat-infested cesspool that they call Memphis, Tennessee. That's right. I talked to you the other night about Chicago, another rat hole, just like New York City. At this point, Steve, any city, you've gone over this over the last few years, any city that's run by a Democrat is a rat hole city. And if you happen to live in one of those cities, that's your problem, not mine. I don't care if you get offended or not. You can easily get a moving truck and move out. Because I'm not about not stepping on toes anymore, Steve. Because this is the most important election that we have in the history of this country. I don't care about stepping on toes. Now let's go back. I want to talk about a situation. I talked to you, like I said, about Chicago. I talked to you the other night about a situation that happened at the Love's truck stop in Memphis, Tennessee, where a truck driver was gunned down by some punk kids that were looking for an opportunity to rob somebody because they're too lazy to get a job and earn their money the right way like everybody else. So they decided to go to a truck stop and take the life of a truck driver. Now we got another incident that took place in Memphis, Steve, and this is totally embarrassing. And Church's Chicken That's a Church's Chicken employee was shot a couple of days ago over the wrong order being given to the customer. They got into some kind of altercation. This took place in Memphis, Tennessee. Like I said, this altercation took place due to the fact that the employee gave this customer the wrong order. The customer got upset about it and pulled out a handgun and shot the employee of the Church's Chicken. Now this employee is dead over a $10 or $15 chicken meal. Somebody loses their life. The stupidity in the uncivilized people that live in this area is amazing, Steve. To take somebody's life over a chicken meal makes absolutely no sense.
Wow.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, you can look it up yourself. I was in shock. I seen it on TikTok earlier tonight. I had to talk about that first because
Okay.
it's just.
Well, that's a good time to pause, and we'll come back with more as we kick off another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US Democratic lawmakers have been meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Biden says he's not going anywhere, despite concerns from his own party about his age and mental agility. Some have classified Tuesday's meetings as make or break for Biden. Democrats in both the House and Senate have huddled to discuss the future of the party and whether they feel Biden should be at the top of the ticket in November's election. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is the fact. That is where we are. And preventing Donald Trump from a disastrous reign.
As Texans pick up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday, they face another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars past 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius. Some officials are warning it could take about 2 weeks to get everyone back online. FSN's Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state. It could lead to a potentially dangerous situation, people working outside to clear debris from the storm, but having no proper chance to cool off. Tony Waterman, Texas.
NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. FSN's Benji Hire has more.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year. Yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president's giving opening remarks today and hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky, before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit. All eyes on that as Joe Biden fends off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European allies pay their fair share. Both foreign and domestic challenges at the fore this week. Benji Hire, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election? Tactical voting, and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. US Democratic lawmakers are meeting on Capitol Hill to discuss the viability of President Joe Biden standing for re-election amid growing calls for him to step down. Texans are picking up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl, but millions still remain without power amid 100-degree temperatures. And NATO leaders are meeting in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary summit, with Ukraine topping the agenda. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour. Here we go. Rolling into a Wednesday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Santa Claus says, it'll be interesting to see if the Democrats will knock Biden off the ticket by running him over with an electric bus. Pardon the pun. We're throwing him under the bus, right? Yeah, elder abuse at its worst. Who's driving the bus? It sure ain't Joe. We know that. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. Hope you had a great 4th of July holiday. 77 degrees. Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Happy Hump Day. Meanwhile, hired gun checks in from Northwest Georgia. Fact is stranger than fiction. Can't make this stuff up. All right. Hello to Roki. Good to have you on board. Much of Ohio, he says, is considered to be in abnormally dry to moderate drought conditions. So this rainfall from Beryl is actually welcomed here. Yeah, it's been pretty dry. We got some rain over the Independence Day weekend and good downpour a little bit here earlier. All right. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, Steve. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me get back. Okay. So let me finish up on that deal with the church's deal, and then I'm moving on to Biden. Okay, so like I said, Steve, this woman, this was a female, by the way, that shot an employee at this chicken restaurant, a black female with purple hair. So that tells you what kind of individual you're dealing with. Anybody that walks around with purple hair, that tells you what kind of person that's all about right there. So that's who she's on the loose right now in Memphis, Tennessee for murder. So hopefully they'll catch up to her and they'll put her exactly where she belongs, up under the jail. Now, let's move on to this other situation, Steve. And that's with good old Joe Biden before I say something about Houston. Good old Joe Biden. I'm willing to say, Steve, I'm going to look at the event for another couple of days before I make my final determination on Joe Biden. But I'm at 60 to 70% right now that Joe Biden will not make it till August to the Democratic convention as their selectee of President of America. See, Joe Biden says that he's not going to go. He says that he's not going to leave. He said he made a mistake the other day, like I told you last night, where he said people are trying to force him out. Well, I got bad news for you, Joe Biden. They also have information about you, my man, because you and I both know, Steve, that Joe Biden is as crooked as they come. Joe Biden has broke every law that there is to break in Washington, D.C. And if you think them Democratic top leaders out there, you think they don't know about it, you better think again. And they're gonna come to Joe Biden. They're gonna sit him down at the table, and they're gonna tell him real quietly, Steve. They're gonna say, "Listen, Joe, we know things about you, my man, and I know you damn well you don't want them to come out to the public because you know it'll ruin you and your so-called legacy. So we're giving you the opportunity to do this the right way. Go ahead and step out and let somebody else take the deal, or we're going to release some information that'll put you up under the damn jail." And and Joe Biden will have no choice but to get out. Or either they're going to put it to him about Hunter Biden, his so-called his baby boy, drug addicted baby boy that likes to have sex with prostitutes. They're going to bring it to him about his good old son, Hunter Biden. Hey, listen, guy, we know what Hunter Biden's been up to. By the way, we also know that cocaine that was in the White House was your son's cocaine too, my man. So you got a choice. You either get out, or we're going to release some information on you again, and we'll make sure you get out of the race. Joe Biden, he's not going to have no choice, Steve, in the coming weeks. You're going to see every couple of weeks, like Dan Bongino said today, every couple of days, some more very bad information is going to be released about Joe Biden. Ain't that kind of suspicious how that information got released about this doctor coming in and out of the White House over 10 times, Parkinson, checking Joe Biden out for so-called unidentified Parkinson's disease. Wonder who released that information. So you're gonna be seeing so-called and you know how I feel about unidentified people that that don't want to mention their name, nothing but cowards. If you got the information, when you talk about that you got some information, also mention your name and don't hide behind it. If you got something to say, don't be an unidentified some guy that's got some information. But that's what's going to be happening the next couple of weeks. Every couple of days, you're gonna have another drop on good old Joe Biden about what he's been up to. And by the time August comes to the Democratic convention, Joe Biden will no longer be on the scene. Joe Biden will have no choice but to resign from the presidential race. I promise you that. So Joe Biden, he can say he's not getting out, but I promise you, Joe Biden, come by August, he'll be begging them to get the hell out of the race. Now, let me say this about this other deal, Steve, about this other guy, this press secretary, so-called press secretary that they got in the White House that tells lie after lie, day after day, and how she can even look in the camera and say that she's giving honest answers. It amazes me to this very day how she can come on television and say that she's telling the American the truth and she wants us to know what's really going on with good old Joe Biden. When she says that Joe Biden is definitely on scene, that he has no health problems, that Joe Biden is just as well as everybody else, Steve. Joe Biden has the memory of just as good as I am, just as good as me right now as we speak. That Joe Biden has no problems if you listen to her. So if you're dumb enough to listen to her press conferences every day and you believe anything that comes out of her mouth, then you got some serious problems if people believe it, what this woman got to say. Because I promise you, nothing that she has to say is the truth. Now, as far as Ukraine goes, Steve, I understand that Joe Biden's supposed to have a meeting in the next couple of days. There'll be another money drop. There'll be another large money drop to Ukraine. But here's what somebody needs to ask Joe Biden about the money drop, Steve. Just a couple of days ago, Vladimir Putin launched a missile which destroyed a hospital with innocent women and children in this hospital. What the hell is going on with this money? Joe Biden said that this money is going to help Ukraine fight this war against Russia, but every time I turn on my television, it's another bad deal for Ukraine. Ukraine is losing more and more lives, but more money is being spent, but more lives are still being lost in Ukraine. So the question is, what is Mr. Zelensky doing with this money that Joe Biden is sending him on a monthly basis? Something tells me that money is not going to his war cause, that it might be going to another cause. So that's another reason for Joe Biden to step out of the race, because I can guarantee you, them Democrats, they know what the hell Joe Biden's doing with that money. And if he don't get out of the race, they're going to let people know what he's doing with that money. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Questions that we may never get answers to. All right, let me get to, I think Lobster is on board here. Long time no talk. What's happening, Lobster? Top of the morning, King Steve. He's not there.
Hey!
There, what's going on?
Sorry about that. There's one little dead zone here just south of Albany, New York on the thruway. I apologize. We're doing good. Just wanted to say a quick hello before I hook up my second trailer here. Traffic report. Anybody's heading into New York City, George Washington Bridge. If you're heading inbound, northbound I-90, 2-hour delay, 3 lanes closed, both directions on the upper deck of the George Washington Bridge for construction. So if you're coming down out of New England southbound on 95, consider something else. It's not a good thing. I was checking the traffic reports, but I'll give you a call back here a little bit after I hook up my second trailer and start heading up towards Boston.
Very good. All right. Work to tend to out there, actually working during the late night hours. Rolling into hump day. All right, 844-3388. How we doing this morning, Philip?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm on my way to work. How you doing today, bud?
Hump day. Doing well.
Hump day. Another day. Hey, got to say something before anything. I hope 5-7 gets better. I read his post the other day, and I hope him and his mom and everybody's doing all right there. just want to let him know I'm thinking about him, that kind of thing. I know he's going through a rough time right now, so get better, bud. We want you back out here. So, what'd you think about that storm there, Steve?
That was a doozy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit stronger than they thought it was, and everybody thinks, it's just a Cat 1. Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. Well, it kind of fooled a few people. It was a little bit more than a big deal. It was a really big deal. My question is, Steve, usually when these storms go by like that, don't we always see most of the government, we see FEMA's involved, and, the president will go down a day or two after the storm passes and visit with people and help, distribute supplies, that kind of thing. Do you think we'll see that this time?
I haven't heard anything about the president heading down there at this point. Good question.
Those folks have went through just as much as anybody that's went through a Cat 5. If anybody doesn't believe what I'm saying, if you got Facebook, you can go on Mike's weather page on Facebook, and he's got a series of videos that he was storm chasing in, and he was actually there during the whole thing. So if you think it's just a little rainstorm, that kind of thing, go check out that stuff. You'll see what I'm talking about. And if you want to think something even worse, think about when it hit Grenada or the Grenadines, and it was 5 times worse than what it was when it hit Texas.
Yep.
So if anybody wants to see what was really going on, I strongly recommend, if you want to see what a hurricane does, go to that Facebook page and check out his videos that he took storm chasing. Houston, Eagle was talking about Houston a while ago. Boy, Houston got hit hard. They flooded up really good. I don't know what they got for drainage down there, but it ain't nothing. I mean, those little bayous that go through there, they are just a mess.
Now, someone was telling me that something along the lines, kind of like Las Vegas, where when you have downpours, torrential rain, that they channel that water to go like through some of the hotel parking garages there along the strip and whatnot. I remember being out there. Yeah, when you pull in the garage, it would say, this is a flood zone if it rains. I guess that some of the interstates are designed to become more like a canal in Houston, and that's why the interstate is like 2 foot deep in water.
Well, the problem is you got these people out there that want to run in the middle of the storm. Now, I don't have a problem with people storm chasing, don't get me wrong. But the problem is you got people out there that put themselves in danger. I mean, I've seen, I don't know how many rescues. In the footage that I've watched of it, I've seen a ton of rescues where people were being pulled out of their cars with a helicopter.
Yep.
Shouldn't even been out there. If the water's high like that, don't go out in it. Stay put. Wait till it goes down, then do what you got to do. Most of the guys that do the chasing, like Mike and them, they'll park in one place and they'll stay there for a long time. If they do move, they try to move to a safer place. Even Jim Cantori, we watch him on the Weather Channel all the time. They try to make themselves put themselves into a safe place to where they're not going to be beat up bad. You know what I mean? I mean, you've got to keep yourself, got to report the news, but you still got to keep yourself safe. I mean, it is what it is, but it was a heck of a storm. And seen a really interesting rocket launch yesterday, Stephen. Have you heard of that Ariane 6 rocket?
I was kind of reading a bit about that. The part of the European Space Agency, something that's going to be their heavy lift rocket, right?
Yeah, they put a little satellite up in the orbit yesterday. It was the first launch of this rocket. It's a hydrogen, oxygen rocket with solid rocket boosters, kind of like the same thing as the SLS, but on a different deal. A little bit smaller, not as big as the SLS. But man, it was a really interesting little launch. I mean, it was fast. It was a fast rocket, and they got everything up there the way they needed to. But the thing that amazed me was the amount of metal. I mean, that thing, it's as big as a Falcon 9, but it's bigger and around than the Falcon 9 is. That's what makes it a nice heavy lift. But it's all expendable though. Nothing returns. Everything gets burned up in the atmosphere, which is kind of concerning. But it's a neat rocket. It was a neat launch. I watched that one yesterday on the replay, and I'm good for another couple years on the CDL, Steve. So I got that DOT updated yesterday on that physical. So I'm good with that. So for a couple more years, and I'm all set with that. But everything looks good down here. I know it's going to be another hot day down here, and it's going to rain this afternoon. That's going to be our typical thing for the next week. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for that and them storms. So we'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great morning, Philip.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what are we paying pump prices these days? And for several weeks now, the trend has been higher. Retail diesel prices measured by the Department of Energy Information Administration we're now 4 consecutive weeks upward. This week's number up 5.2 cents a gallon to $3.86, the highest level since $3.89 back on May the 6th. Now, the 4 consecutive weeks in increase in the price used for most fuel surcharges have added 20.7 cents a gallon to the Energy Information Administration price. Now, since a low settlement of $2.29 on June 3rd, the ultra-low sulfur diesel price on the CME Commodity Exchange is up 28.29 cents. Prices Monday, ultra-low sulfur diesel prices Monday, fell in part because of barrel ultimately proving to be almost a non-factor for oil production or refining there in the Gulf of Mexico. Some platforms had been shut down as a precaution, but it might back up some imports and exports temporarily. No reports of refineries in Houston or Corpus Christi having been impacted by the storm. Overall, oil prices look like they might get a more significant boost last week when the weekly inventory report showed U.S. crude oil stocks declining by more than 11 million barrels. That's a pretty significant one-week drop. But that did not occur as the market continues to look pretty balanced at the current levels after a bit of a bullish runs. There are no signs of any particular excess or shortages. U.S. production of ultra-low sulfur diesel has been holding near the average for the final weekly Energy Information Administration report of June. So going back historically, inventories are about normal. Measuring inventories as days cover, taking inventories, dividing it by average daily consumption, measuring the stocks in terms of the number of days of demand that could be met by the inventory alone. That number last week stood at 32.2 days. That's roughly in line with where the final week of June generally comes in. So decent inventories in place there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388, about a minute before news break here, the FMCSA ordering a California trucking company with a history of safety violations shut down. Cease operations. This was after the crash in Colorado that had killed one and injured several others. Monique Trucking, owned by Manrique Agraman, served the order from the FMCSA last week after they declared the carrier to be an imminent hazard to public safety. That's after the accident last month on June 11. The crash involving an employee and 6 other vehicles. Pretty much cited that Monique Trucking is egregiously non-compliant. And if memory serves, that was the company that had an illegal immigrant with no license driving the truck at the time.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. US President Joe Biden has championed NATO and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the Defense Alliance's summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of a 3-day gathering. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Discussions about Ukraine's membership to NATO are very much central to this summit. The alliance plans to agree on what's being called a bridge to membership. The strength of the alliance that's now endured 75 years is also part of this summit. US President Joe Biden marked the moment during a speech at the main kickoff event on Tuesday evening.
The American people know that all the progress we've made in the past 75 years has happened behind the shield of NATO. And the American people understand what would happen if there was no NATO. Americans, they know we're stronger with our friends.
Out of the back of 3 days of meetings, we're likely to see a commitment of extra support for Kiev, a command centre being built in Germany to train Ukrainians, and the promise of increased air defences for Kiev. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Staying with the US leader, there's been consensus at Democratic Party meetings on whether Joe Biden should suspend his re-election bid. The make-or-break private session saw Democrats in both the House and Senate discuss the president's future without reaching any decisions. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differences at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee.
Meanwhile, at the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre again fielded questions about Biden's mental fitness to stand re-election.
I said right here that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's. I actually went a step further and said he wasn't taking medication for Parkinson's. I said that right here.
In other news, India and Austria are likely to talk trade, investments and closer cooperation on green energy during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit on Wednesday. It's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Central European nation in 40 years. Yashan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The big focus during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Austria trip is likely to be attracting more investments in India. He's meeting with Austrian and Indian business leaders in Vienna on Wednesday. The two countries have recently agreed to support each other's startup ecosystems and have also signed a comprehensive mobility agreement. Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer has called Modi's visit a significant milestone in the two countries' relationship. It comes as India has been courting European countries to boost trade ties. An India-EU free trade agreement is currently in the works, but experts say Delhi may find it easier to secure bilateral agreements. Ishant Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The premier level pullers are still on hiatus, but don't go to sleep on the regionals. We've got two Midwestern circuits that are just hitting their stride. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It has been a couple of weeks since we last had a grand national event on which to report, and it'll be a couple more until we have another one. So this week, let's talk regional pulling. We'll start with Region 2. Two unexpected shades of green occupy the top spots in Light Limited Super, Zach Kramer's Deutz, and Mike Monreal's Mean Green Oliver with 2 wins. Hayden Shaw's Haymaker has won both appearances for the Classic Super so far, and it's another Oliver ahead of the pack in Super Farm, where the Caseys look to make their totally exposed V8 the second Enderley qualifier in the family. With a win and a second apiece, Hayden Arnold's Wrapped Up and Chris Kane's Aces Wild sit tied atop the 5-0 leaderboard. There's also a tie in Eastern Light Pros between Colton Zundel's Steel City Smoker and Kevin Banyan's Forgiven. And never enough, Jordan Stroud's lead over Dennis Goodsman's Big Sexy Massey is a slim 1 point in the West. Same story for Jerry Martin's 50-20 deer. It's 1 ahead of Jonathan Meyer's Bullheaded Binder in 4-1. The Bombers' I Got This holds the top spot by 7 in the Northwest Hot Farm after 2 W's, and it's second by 2 behind the Carrington's Endless in the Southeast. Just 3 hooks in the books for the two-wheel drive, and all have been won by Chad Mayhill and P5, which leads both the Northwest and Southeast standings. The four-wheelers are 3 appearances in, and the Taylor's Grain Haulers Mafia, a 2-time past champ, leads by 6. Darren Young is in his usual spot in the Superstock 4-wheel drive lead with Livewire after 2 wins, but is only 1 ahead of Luke Simeon's Out of the Blue. Calvin Logan's looking to defend his Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 title with Running Out of Room, leading the East by 5. And Nick Stom's return with a Frank Power Wagon is a workmanlike effort. They're up by 1 in the West after 4 hooks. Dave Lacey's Triple Play Unchained holds the top spot in minis, having won half of the 4 hooks thus far. Ken Miller occupies the pole for the Northwest Modified title aboard Corn and Soybean Special, while the Bargee's Judge has whistled its way to a 2-point lead over its trailer mate, the Jury, in the Southeast. In Terramax Region 3, the Light Supers are led by the Red Thunder team and the Light Limiteds by Jeremy Ross Mohawk Warrior after only Ellsworth. That's also true for Dwayne Bauer's Beaver Hunter in Heavy Super and Tim Pysik's Fallout in Modified Mini. In Super Farm, the Hustler of Jeff Martine is a Toma champion. After a second in Lancaster, he leads his race by 4. Al Cook got his light pro stock season started off right with Black Thunder by earning a first and a second to go with a weekend crown. Jeremy Pletz's big one won on Saturday in Toma, but Cook won again in Lancaster for a 7-point bulge. In 4-1 pro stock, Dean Liskey followed up his Rockwell 2023 sweep with a Thursday win in Toma and another at the Full Throttle Shootout and owns a 2-point margin with Killing Time. Wisconsin has absorbed a double shot of Corey Kielmeyer at two-wheel drive as the Minnesotan racked up victories in Ellsworth and Lancaster so far for a 2-point advantage. In four-wheel drive, the Suki's Totally Geared has returned to championship form with a win, 2 seconds, and a 3-point lead, and Ron Tuma's Goliath took all the slings and arrows Ellsworth and Watford City can muster and stands 6 points ahead in Superstock Truck. We'll hit the Toma GN Class Champions next week. Just enough time left this week to tell you about upcoming regional action in Charlotte, Michigan on Thursday and Friday, July 11th and 12th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa take their turns those 2 nights respectively. And Wilmington, Ohio and River Falls, Wisconsin occupy Saturday the 13th ahead of Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 15th. Visit ntpapull.com for classes and times. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. Another weekly update. We got some Thursday, Friday night action there coming up in Michigan, huh? Yeah, several people have sent the story. I had that printed up over here somewhere. We'll get to the rest of the story. Do you think Trump's been kind of laying low as of late? All right, for a few days, it did seem that way. Kind of funny how Representative Andy Biggs this past day said he thinks Trump's laying low so the Democrats can publicly fight it out over the future of Joe. I think that's the way to deal with it, he said. Obviously, as the Democrats' infighting over Biden escalates, Trump's been pretty noticeably absent from that fray. Now, Biggs says there is great dissension among the rank and file of the Democrat Party, and it is on full display in D.C. Now, they may have had a couple people publicly on their way into the Democrats' meeting say, yeah, I'm all in for Joe Biden. But believe me, on the floor of the House, there is dissension that's going on as to how they're going to deal with President Biden. Now, he also commented on the letter from the White House physician trying to detail Biden's visits with the neurologist, to which he said, I think Dr. O'Connor's letter saying that the president only saw a neurologist 3 times over the last 3 years is not accurate with the information that we've received, which indicates that he's seen a neurologist much more frequently than that. Yeah, much more recently than that. So I think it is a cause for concern, and we need to take a good look at that. Now, we shared that letter. Now, right on the heels of Trump being out of the fray, I say, well, yesterday seems like he kind of jumped back in. Donald Trump this past evening, Tuesday night, offered President Biden an opportunity to redeem himself with an immediate second presidential debate to be held this week. Yeah, like that's going to happen. He made the comments at a rally at his Trump National Doral Miami Resort there in Florida. Now, Biden continues to struggle in the nearly 2 weeks after that debate in Atlanta. So Trump offered Joe a lifeline, he says. So tonight, I'm officially offering Joe the chance to redeem himself in front of the entire world. So Marco Rubio and Representative Byron Donalds of Florida and everybody here's what's going to do. You guys can be the referees if you like. Let's do another debate this week so that Sleepy Joe can prove to everyone all over the world that he has what it takes to be president. But this time it'll be man to man. No moderators, no holds barred, just name the place, anytime, anywhere. Now, Rubio reportedly is one of the 3 finalists for Trump's vice presidential pick. He did speak at the rally ahead of Trump. Yeah, Rubio reportedly was the only vice presidential candidate there in Doral, but at one point, Trump kind of recognized the amount of press that was at the rally. He said, they're probably expecting me to announce Rubio as vice president. That's a lot of press, a lot of press. Later in the speech, he said Rubio might not be in the Senate to vote for Trump's plan to not tax tips, but you'll be involved. Anyway, Trump's expected to announce his pick before the RNC kicks off next Monday there in Milwaukee. So they've been kind of teasing this the last couple of days. He kind of segued from the second debate to maybe a golf contest against Joe. Yeah, a topic of debate that came up in that debate in Atlanta, where Joe said, I got my handicap when I was vice president down to 6. And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it? To which Trump threw down the gauntlet. Sleepy Joe declared he wanted to test his skills and stamina against mine on the golf course. Well, can you believe this? Did you ever see him swing? Yeah, that's why this evening I'm also officially challenging Crooked Joe to an 18-hole golf match. That would be among the most watched sporting events in history, maybe bigger than the Ryder Cup or even the Masters. And I'll even give Joe 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes, that's a lot. That means 20 strokes in case you don't play golf. And if he wins, I'll give the charity of his choice, any charity he wants, $1 million. And I bet he won't take the offer. No. So after being quiet for a few days, he's just kind of, that's almost being comical there. But meanwhile, let's see, we'll get to Knucklebuster coming up here. Gilligan is on board first. Hello, Gilligan.
Hey, Steve. I hope I don't lose you because I'm only a couple miles from where I lost you last night, where I dropped off the face of the earth, it seemed like. Hey, I don't see Sleepy Joe going up against Trump on the golf course. I never watched golf, but I'd probably watch that match just to see how bad he did. You know, I don't think he'd get through 3 or 4 holes carrying that bag either. What do you think?
Well, unless he only maybe he only carries 2 clubs, a driver and a putter.
That'd be about the only way. Even I know what they are, and I know what an iron is, and I know what a chipper. I can't think of the option to get you out of the sand trap. But as far as golf, I never got into it. As a kid, we'd get a couple of golf clubs at a local junk store and beat a few balls around, and usually lose them in the weeds. But you know, that was about it. I mean, I could never really understand why people got into golf. I know a lot of people do, but it's the only time I ever heard of a man wanting to go out into the middle of a big field and beat their balls with a club. Now think about it. That's exactly what it is. Well, I'm going to touch on something Heatwave brought up about how the black community has voted for Democrats for many years. Now, I've read on this. Dick will probably call me up and correct me on a lot of it, but I think I've got the story straight. I do know that the blacks started voting Democrat in FDR because of the way he had the New Deal, and he was getting people, jobs and stuff like that. Now, if you do some real research on what FDR done, from what I've read, it done a lot of damage because it really hurt our economy. We wasn't growing, and that's what was causing the Depression to stretch out even farther. It was World War II when Great Britain and France and even the Soviet Union were pouring money here trying to build up their war machine, to fight the Germans, to fight the Japanese and such, and the Italians. And of course, when LBJ come in, he even expanded it further with the welfare state, with the Great Society, and all that. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of hard-working, wonderful people of color that I've known for years. But unfortunately, look at our inner city. A lot of them are on welfare. They're on food stamps and such. And they believe that the Democrats are the ones that are providing for them. It's like they truly believe that the Republicans want to take their livelihood from them. And it started, if I'm not mistaken, with FDR, with the New Deal, and then later on piled on with LBJ, with the Great Society. I've always called it the Great Welfare Society myself, but well, that's about all I got for now, Steve, because I know I'm going to lose you here in probably 2 minutes. I hope everybody has a safe night.
Safe travels out there, Gilligan. Thank you very much. So I guess there was a little bit of extracurricular activity there on the streets of Chicago during the NASCAR race over the weekend, as NASCAR returned to Grant Park for the second NASCAR Chicago street race. Apparently there were a couple of pro-Hamas protesters there who scaled a fence and tried to wave signs with the anti-Israel messages. Now, according to Newsweek, the two protesters ultimately were arrested within the perimeter of the Chicago street race after locking themselves to fences, protecting the race area after, I guess, they were shouting for around 40 minutes. But the signage that they were carrying, charges of genocide in Gaza against Israel, for daring to respond to the October 7th Hamas terror attack. But there were some in the crowd, we'll say at least one Chicago man that was not in the mood to endure their childish tantrum, and it was caught on video by a number of folks with their smartphones, as one of the protesters atop the fence, chained to the fence, tried to hold up his sign. The unknown man leaped on the fence, scaled the fence, and literally ripped it out of the protester's hand as everybody around was cheering and hollering. And then they were all pretty much jeering the two protesters atop the fence. I don't know if they'd handcuffed themselves or zip tied, whatever it was, to the fence, trying to keep authorities from being able to arrest them. But the NASCAR fans had no taste to endure that BS. All right, Knucklebuster, what's happening out there?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. That golf is nothing more than an adult T-ball. That's all it is. So, if I was to put it on a golf game, I'd go to sleep. Might be a good nap time, right? Well, I read an article headline that says, "Does Harris have what it takes to beat Trump?" I don't know. They didn't know either. So, first off, I know that Hillary's going to be PO'd, because if Kamala becomes the first female president, Hillary's going to be madder than hell. So,
right.
I don't think they're going to take Joe out. I don't think they're going to take Joe out yet, sir. So, I just saw a headline on I'll think of it in a minute. I ain't called in a few days. Anyway, Dodge Ram just filed a patent for a 3-row pickup seat. Imagine that. 3 doors on that pickup. Or maybe, I don't know. That'd be cramped up in the back, wouldn't it?
I'd have to see a visual. I had to see some sort of visual impression.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me too. I didn't see no visual impressive on it there, but it's on the drive. That one automotive. It's got, the picture shows 2 doors, but they said they filed a patent on it there. So I don't know. Good luck with it. If I owned a Dodge pickup, I'd be ashamed of myself and go hide in the woods anyway. So, all right. I saw my bull on it for this go around. I'll try to call you in that loneliest hour. I'm going to be up all night. This ain't Dallas, but it ought to be.
Long night out there moving the freight. All right, keep it rolling out there. Be safe, and we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The country music world lost another voice this past day. Joe Bonzel, the Grammy Award winner, celebrated tenor of the Oak Ridge Boys, passing away Tuesday, 76 years old. Complications of the neuromuscular disorder known as ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease, right? Joe loved to sing, he loved to read, he loved to write, he loved to play banjo, he loved working on the farm, and he loved the Philadelphia Phillies. But Jesus and his family always came first. And we will see him again on the promised day. From the Post, a Philadelphia native, but a resident of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Back in 1973, he left his gospel group, the Keystones, to join the Oak Ridge Boys. He was with the band through the golden era of the 80s and beyond, when they had some of their biggest hits. The signature 1981 Elvira, their 1982 Bobby Sue, 1983's American Made. Elvira was the big crossover moment for the Oak Ridge Boys when it hit number 1 on the country chart and number 5 on Billboard's all-genre Hot 100. ALS, yes, a disease that damages nerve cells and connections that are necessary to control muscles from movements like walking, talking, breathing. I did not realize that most patients, they say, die within 3 to 5 years of diagnosis. So this Lou Gehrig's disease thing, that'll take you down quickly, right? And of course, that was the same that the big Cincinnati radio announcer Jim Scott, the legend in that town, passed up here about 2 weeks ago, ALS. And I mentioned at the time that I didn't think he was diagnosed all that long ago. I guess it had been 2-3 years, but that's quick. About 5 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Anybody still write personal checks? I still have a checkbook, got the checking account. I haven't written a check in quite some time, but I think I will be writing a check. I owe the IRS. I'll send them a check. Yeah, I do know that there are, I guess some of the older people, the traditionalists, my mother, I could cite as an example. She sits down at the dining room table every month and writes out checks to pay all the bills. She's just not a fan of putting her credit card number. She's afraid of cybersecurity. She refuses to order something online with her credit card. She won't give it over the phone, the credit cards, and she writes checks. Target stores will no longer accept personal checks, I guess, starting next week, starting July 15. Another sign of how a once very common payment method is going the way of the outmoded objects like floppy disks and Rolodex. The Minneapolis-based discounter confirmed in a statement to the Associated Press this past day, citing extremely low volumes of customers who actually still write checks. They said they remain committed to creating an easy, convenient checkout experience with credit and debit cards, buy now, pay later services. Now, we've taken several measures to notify guests in advance about the no checks policy, they say. Now, Target's decision leaves Walmart, Macy's, and Kohl's among the retailers that actually do still accept personal checks at their stores.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has championed the NATO alliance and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the annual summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of the three-day gathering. It's the 75th anniversary of the alliance, with support for Ukraine topping the agenda. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Discussions about Ukraine's membership to NATO are very much central to this summit. The alliance plans to agree on what's being called a bridge to membership. The strength of the alliance, that's now endured 75 years, is also part of this summit. US President Joe Biden marked the moment during a speech at the main kickoff event on Tuesday evening.
The American people know that all the progress we've made in the past 75 years has happened behind the shield of NATO. And the American people understand what would happen if there was no NATO. Americans, they know we're stronger with our friends.
Out of the back of 3 days of meetings, we're likely to see a commitment of extra support for Kiev, a command centre being built in Germany to train Ukrainians, and the promise of increased air defences for Kiev. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
There's been consensus reached at Democratic Party meetings on whether US President Joe Biden should suspend his re-election bid. The make-or-break private sessions saw Democrats in both the House and Senate discuss the president's future, but without reaching any decisions. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee. That will be Donald Trump.
And White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre again fielded questions about Joe Biden's mental fitness to stand for re-election.
I said right here that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's. I actually went a step further and said he wasn't taking medication for Parkinson's. I said that right here.
Texans are still picking up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday. They face, though, another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars to 105 Fahrenheit, that's 40 degrees centigrade. Some officials are warning it could take 2 weeks to get everyone back online. Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. As Ukraine tops the agenda at the NATO Leaders Summit getting underway in Washington, the Russians have again denied they were behind Monday's missile strike on a children's hospital in Ukraine. It was part of a daytime barrage against cities across the country that left nearly 40 people dead and 200 injured. The Ukrainians say the hospital in Kyiv will need to be completely rebuilt. President Biden, hosting the NATO summit, called the assault a horrific reminder of Russia's brutality. Hamish de Bretton-Gordon is a former British Army officer and former head of NATO's Rapid Reaction CBRN battalion.
Nobody should be any surprised at all that the Russians are attacking hospitals and schools. I saw them do it in Syria between 2014 and 2022. In fact, working for health agencies and NGOs in Syria, we documented 1,000 attacks on healthcare workers and hospitals. I know the Russians are claiming today that actually it was a Ukrainian Patriot missile that hit this hospital, but that is absolute rubbish. We all know, those of us who know about these things, that it's a subsonic Russian missile called a KH-101.
And at the United Nations, where the Russian ambassador insisted Moscow bears no responsibility for the attack, Ukraine's representative presented photographic evidence identifying fragments from a Russian cruise missile. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. US President Joe Biden has championed the NATO alliance and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the annual summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of the 3-day gathering. It's the 75th anniversary of the alliance, with support for Ukraine topping the agenda. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, just like that, another hour. Here we go. Off and rolling. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a hump day. Midweek. Here we go. Well, it's been a while since we've had any COVID news. Ah, yeah, COVID's still around. Patients reporting severe symptoms from the current variant, or it's actually the current COVID subvariants, collectively called FLIRT, F-L-I-R-T. FLIRT accounts for about 70% of the new cases this summer. Reports say some are experiencing extreme sinus pressure and headache, painful sore throats, uncontrollable body-shaking chills, according to the Los Angeles Times. Experts are saying that this reality challenges the myth that each COVID infection is milder than the last. A quote from a doctor at UC San Francisco infectious disease expert says the dogma is that every time you get COVID, it's milder. But I think we need to keep our minds open to the possibility some people have worse symptoms. It's kind of like playing COVID roulette, he says. While others report that each bout with COVID has been easier to recover from, studies do warn that each infection can lead to additional health risks, increasing medical problems, hospitalization, and deaths. The risk of getting long COVID also increases each time you come down with it. Another variant of COVID. I'm sure they're going on to say, hey, get your shots, get your boosters. Hey, that's up to you. Some will, some won't. Some have, some haven't. And we'll just leave it right there, right? Okay. Scarecrow, I know you've been in and out. What's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. So, anyways, what's Scarecrow going to do now? Is he done being able to have papa, mau mau? I'm kind of sad to hear that.
Yeah, the Oak Ridge Boys. Yep.
Yeah, so I just had to put that out there because possibly Scarecrow will be listening right now, and he gets that papa, mau mau going in his head. He'll be hearing that all the way until about noontime now.
Right.
So
you said something about Scarecrow to the call screener, so I thought it was Scarecrow on the line. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I was calling to pick on Scarecrow a little bit here. So I was just kind of wondering what would come out with that call screener when I did that message. I was kind of wondering what you'd end up getting out of that. So, but anyway, I don't know. Where else were we going to go there? You kind of got me distracted there thinking about that.
Yeah, the call screener did not understand papa, mau mau. That's for sure.
Yeah, I didn't think it would. So do you feel like our lives are improved because of our 75-year involvement with NAFTA? Do you think us being involved with NAFTA is that what has NAFTA done for us besides give us some places for property to put our military bases and naval bases and stuff? But what other than that? I mean, other than cost us money to go in and clean up all the messes that they've been involved with and other, I think that's, and I think Donald Trump's pretty much said that too, that it's been all NAFTA's all been riding on our backs, and
and not bet on the rest of the people involved in
Yeah,
it.
you're
So,
referring to
I
you're
don't know.
referring to NATO, not NAFTA, dingbat.
Oh yeah, NATO. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, getting to be the end of my
NATO.
day here. Yeah, NAFTA. We got.
I mean, the one thing
rid of
Trump said is
NATO.
everybody's going to
Sorry.
pay their fair share, and I think he had them ready to do it. He had them paying their, it's like
Absolutely.
pay your fair share. Why do we always have to foot the
Yep.
bill?
But for 75 years there, our country's been better off since we've been. What? I don't know. It's trying to confuse us with not the facts there or something again. But yeah, I think I'd go down there and watch a golf tournament. I might even want to go in person and watch that golf tournament there if we had Biden and Trump playing each other. That'd kind of be an interesting deal. Now, but do you think the Biden side? Do you think there'd be a Caddyshack type issue involved there when they were getting the golf course set up? Do you think they'd have somebody, a character like that Bill Murray played on Caddyshack and going after the gopher? Do you think something like that might just happen out there on the golf course?
Right. When
they were out there? I don't know. You see, thinking about that type of tournament between those two, just back the thoughts of Caddyshack there, and it's like, yeah, we can see that happening in that direction there. But anyway, so I guess with that we'll let you get going there, and we're actually got a one and done night here, Your Honor. We only got to smoke one cigarette there on the propane loading rack here tonight, so we're already packed up and heading for the parking spot. So we'll let you finish the show there, and I guess you'll be relying on the buckle nuster there to come in and support you on the loneliest hour there. But yeah, for anybody out there on the West Coast that might have missed it there, I guess we should do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it yet, Your Honor? Is it still there?
There we
are.
are.
The next one? They come and go so fast. But just remember, if you're not on that first hump, your view never changes.
Well, I'm glad you had
All
it.
right, we'll talk to you later.
Call it an early night, so he'll be heading to the home 20. Yeah, early this hump day. Okay, about 14 past the hour. And at 844-3388. Jolly Green Giant, long time no talk. What's up?
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to beep in there. You were talking about, did you say Jim Scott just died just recently?
Yeah, about a week ago.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, he sure did.
Okay. I remember Jim Scott when I was a kid, back in caveman days. He was on WSAI back then, playing music.
Yep.
That was before WLW. And but you said he died of Lou Gehrig's disease. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I want to talk about Lou Gehrig's disease a little bit. I had a guy that I trained to drive truck back in caveman days, and he became an owner-operator and was losing use of one of his arms, so he went and had it checked out, found out he had Lou Gehrig's disease. So he put himself in a retirement home because he knew it was going to get to the point where he couldn't even feed himself.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, I'm telling you the honest God's truth, within 6 months, he was dead.
Wow.
Within 6 months. Because I actually talked to him off and on, and next thing I know, I got a call from his sister telling me that he was dead. It was somebody I was pretty close to because I had the opportunity. We ran team for about 90 days, about 3 months, when I used to drive for CRST at the time. And that's the only, I do know that they lose use of their arms, their legs, so on. And it is a disease that you don't hear a lot about. You really, truly don't. So I thought I'd peep in about that. Also, I heard about Chevy guy's problem there. Gilligan texted me, Sex Maniac, Breeze, and Flash to let us know what was going on. So I actually prayed for him and his wife. I'm sorry he's going through a hard time, and we're just gonna just hope that God will take care of it. God's got His hand on what's going on.
No.
Which it don't sound like that's a good thing that's going on right now.
Well, what are the odds?
But, I do agree.
What are the odds of your wife having a fall, and then you're trying to help, and I guess that got his blood pressure up and everything, and then now they're both hospitalized in different hospitals, and neither of them can visit each other. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, I was talking to Gilligan last night, and we were talking about, I know Terry's having a difficult time and so on, and I told him, I said, maybe that some of us can get together and contribute and help him financially, because I know he's going to have a really hard time here. He's not going to be able to work for a while because DOT has got requirements concerning heart anywhere from 3 months all the way up to 6 months, and he's got to be able to pass a NET or DOT physical, and he's got to do a stress test. So they're pretty stringent when it comes to heart once you have a heart attack, from what I understand. So I'm a little bit concerned and a little bit worried about Terry in this situation because we've all got to know him real well here the last 2-3 years. I don't want to see anything bad happen to him or anyone else that listens to your show, But I do agree that, it's just, it's just he's not the only driver that, that is something like this has happened to, So all I know is I do care, I am listening off and on. I don't always call in. I was on vacation last week up there at Port Clinton, Ohio, up there on Lake Erie. Had a pretty good time, and got to stop at a Love's truck stop and I'll tell you what, I was amazed. They got RV hookups at the Love's truck stop. Can you believe it?
Really?
And I couldn't believe the food. Yeah, they got RV plug-ins at the Love's truck stop, and I believe we were in. Trying to think where that was at. I was right above Piqua, in Sydney, probably right around the area where Eskimo Mom lives. It was right in that area, and found out it's like $45 per day, which is really not that bad, So I looked over and I've seen these picnic tables and I've seen these electric hookups. I asked my wife, I said, "What the heck is that?" And I realized it was an RV, parking spot, So, and they had a Hardee's in there, Chester's chicken. They had Godfather's pizza. And I'm telling you what, Steve, they had the food in there besides the roller dogs, I just, it's amazing me some of these truck stops that are popping up. That it's amazing that all the food that they've got nowadays, So, and I don't normally stop at truck stops, driving for the company I drive for. I just go to my relay point, go back to Cincinnati. I never, ever stop at truck stops ever anymore because we fuel up in our terminals. We don't fuel up at truck stops anymore. But, I just wanted to call in about the Lou Gehrig's disease. I'm sorry to hear about Jim Scott. I always did like the man. I loved him on WLW and also on WSAI when I used to listen to him when I was a kid.
Yep.
And he's just a wonderful personality. I really enjoyed his shows all the years. I really, truly am sorry to hear that about him. But either way, Steve, I just thought I'd call in and just wanted to beep in about the Lou Gehrig's disease because I had a friend that died of it, so I was a little familiar with the disease. But either way, I just want to say hi to everybody out there in cartoon land and just want to say be safe tonight. It is kind of rainy and a little dangerous here in Indiana and Illinois. Really, really windy. Sex Maniac and I went, it was so blasted bad on 74 last night there in Greensburg, Indiana. We had to pull over. It was so bad. It's just the rain was coming down so hard. We actually had to pull over. So either way, Steve, I just want to say hi to everybody. Everybody have a good night. I am listening, so we'll talk to you later.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Safe travels out there, and have a good night.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I did not tune into any of the Sunday morning talking head programs over the weekend. I mean, it was Independence Day weekend. Better things to do. I guess Fox News Sunday has their segment with Shannon Bream. They said it took 30 seconds Sunday for Shannon Bream to underscore the political headwinds that Joe Biden is facing right now before interviewing her show guests. She explained on Fox News Sunday that her team had reached out to dozens of Biden surrogates for an interview. None of them wanted to go on the record to defend Biden. It is becoming more clear that his position as the Democrat Party's presidential nominee is increasingly untenable. She started the program. Before we get to our guest, I want you, the viewers at home, to know something. Our team has spent days reaching out to dozens of lawmakers and Biden advocates and allies. We've had numerous interactions with the Biden-Harris campaign, but not a single potential guest was either able or willing to join us on today's show to defend the president and his decision to stay on the ticket. So we will be having a conversation without that voice, which we've been working around the clock to avoid. Now, while no Democrats who support Biden to continue running agreed to defend Biden on Fox News, Bream did have an opportunity to interview a Democrat. That would be the former Representative Tim Ryan of Ohio. Problem for Biden, of course, is Ryan wants him to step aside and make way for the Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, they said not only was Fox News unable to book any Biden surrogates, but one of the president's top defenders, Representative James Clyburn, the Democrat of South Carolina, canceled his scheduled Sunday appearance on ABC News' Face the Nation. between Biden surrogates not going on TV to defend Biden, to repeated leaks from meetings with Democrats to a growing number of Democrats calling on Joe to step aside, it is becoming more clear that his position as the nominee, as we mentioned, is increasingly untenable. Despite all the pressures to bow out, Joe at this point remains adamant that he is running. I don't know. Eagle may be onto something. There were several in the political arena that said he'll be out by August. Now, we're still only 10 days into July, which kind of makes it sound like the pressure's going to continue to grow and grow. Meanwhile, other side of the aisle, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley this past day said she will release the 97 delegates that she gathered during her race for the nomination and urge them to vote for President Trump next week at the Republican National Convention. The nominating convention is a time for Republican unity, Haley says. Joe Biden is not competent to serve a second term, and Kamala Harris would be a disaster for America. Instead, she said, we need a president who will hold our enemies to account, secure our border, cut our debt, get our economy back on track. I encourage my delegates to support Donald Trump next week in Milwaukee. Now we know she served as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations under Trump. She's not been invited to the convention. According to her spokesperson, Cheney Denton, said she's fine with that. Trump deserves the convention he wants. She's made it clear she's voting for him and she wishes him the best, despite an often bitter primary campaign. Nikki did say in May that she will vote for the former president, claiming that even though she doesn't think he has been perfect on many policies, Biden, the alternative, has been an absolute catastrophe. So how's things going out there? Operation Safe Driver Week. Who's been inspected? Anybody? I don't know if they're trying this right now, but we'll come back and tell you a bit more about from CDL Life this past year. The FMCSA is currently conducting a real-world testing for a new type of electronic commercial vehicle inspection. And what is a Level 8 electronic inspection? We'll try to explain, as we say, coming up. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. U.S. President Joe Biden has championed NATO and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the Defense Alliance's summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of a three-day gathering. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Discussions about Ukraine's membership to NATO are very much central to this summit. The alliance plans to agree on what's being called a bridge to membership. The strength of the alliance that's now endured 75 years is also part of this summit. US President Joe Biden marked the moment during a speech at the main kickoff event on Tuesday evening.
The American people know that all the progress we've made in the past 75 years has happened behind the shield of NATO. And the American people understand what would happen if there was no NATO. Americans, they know we're stronger with our friends.
Out of the back of 3 days of meetings, we're likely to see a commitment of extra support for Kiev, a command centre being built in Germany to train Ukrainians, and the promise of increased air defences for Kiev. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Staying with the U.S. leader, there's been consensus at Democratic Party meetings on whether Joe Biden should suspend his re-election bid. The make-or-break private session saw Democrats in both the House and Senate discuss the president's future without reaching any decisions. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differences at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee.
Meanwhile, at the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre again fielded questions about Biden's mental fitness to stand re-election.
I said right here that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's. I actually went a step further and said he wasn't taking medication for Parkinson's. I said that right here.
In other news, India and Austria are likely to talk trade, investment and closer cooperation on green energy during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit on Wednesday. It's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Central European nation in 40 years. Yashan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The big focus during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Austria trip is likely to be attracting more investments in India. He's meeting with Austrian and Indian business leaders in Vienna on Wednesday. The two countries have recently agreed to support each other's startup ecosystems and have also signed a comprehensive mobility agreement. Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer has called Modi's visit a significant milestone in the two countries' relationship. It comes as India has been courting European countries to boost trade ties. An India-EU free trade agreement is currently in the works, but experts say Delhi may find it easier to secure bilateral agreements. Yashan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So according to the reports, the FMCSA is trying something new, real-world testing for a new type of commercial vehicle inspection. Currently in operational testing mode by the FMCSA, this type of electronic inspection allows enforcement officials to check for federal safety regulation compliance wirelessly while commercial vehicles are traveling at roadway speeds without direct interaction with a safety official. So says the FMCSA. Now, until now, the technology required to implement Level 8 inspections has not been developed or tested through technology providers, although they have made significant progress in electronically collecting and transferring motor carrier and vehicle data in real time. They're exploring whether electronic inspections are technically feasible and how that concept might be leveraged to help improve safety. According to officials with the FMCSA, they said that they began preparing for this testing last year. As of March of this year, the FMCSA is actively conducting on-road testing for Level 8 electronic inspections in the states of Mississippi and Kentucky. Tests being conducted in partnership with the CVSA, part of a possible plan to eventually deploy these type of inspections nationwide. Now, there are 4 motor carriers currently voluntarily participating in the on-road testing, according to the FMCSA website. But they try to explain, here's how the inspection process works. Data would be collected wirelessly while your vehicle is traveling at roadway speeds. This data would then be validated electronically against data in the FMCSA systems to determine the driver's or carrier's compliance with safety regulations. If significant issues were identified through the electronic validation process, the driver would be directed to pull into an inspection station for a safety official to actually conduct an inspection. All other vehicles would bypass the inspection point, but unlike current bypass programs, bypassed vehicles would be considered inspected, and results of the inspection would be recorded as part of the motor carrier's or driver's safety record. Now, they're saying the benefit of these inspections would improve safety, increased inspection efficiency, and reduced emissions from idling. That's something new, so, all right, we'll learn more as time goes by. Take 2. Lobster back on board. Working late this morning, huh?
Hey, no, starting early. I started at 1 a.m. Eastern time today.
Gotcha.
I'm doing the vacation release thing for guys out of the Albany terminal. They want to pay me. I come take their money. That's a good thing. Hey, do you still mess with disc golf at all anymore?
I probably haven't played in, I'd say, close to 4 or 5 years.
Okay. Well, our one of our field safety guys is a big disc golfer and all that, and I never quite understood it. You know, the way, you described it, that Brooklyn in years gone by had gone out and done it. I didn't realize that there were different discs.
Yes.
For, different distances and all that.
Yep.
And I actually got to hold a couple of them and throw them. I'll tell you what, that's a workout. And that was definitely a lot of fun to give that a shot. And I didn't realize there's a disc golf place a couple of miles from my house, so I'm going to try, give it a shot. I don't think I'm going to make the investment in the different discs. That could be pretty expensive.
I still have my bag full of discs. Yeah, you've got drivers, you've got mid-range, you've got putters. Yeah, it's a very close to what you've got with real ball golf with your different distance drivers and whatnot.
I had just never equated the two of them. Again, maybe I didn't pick that up in your explanations of what, when you had done it.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I have the habit of flicking my wrist as opposed to keeping my arm and my wrist rigid to get more of the distance. And it was a fun thing to do. So I remember, that used to be something you messed with, and I said, hey, I got to give that a shot. Something to do is good exercise anyway, to go out there and walk around. I don't think I have anything to add with politics and all that. That's pretty much been beat into the ground. But if you noticed, I don't know in the Ohio area or in northern Kentucky, where you would have it. Have they increased the minimum wage, or have a lot of employers in, say, fast food restaurants or grocery checkers, have they increased their wages above minimum wage that you're aware of?
I think most restaurants the fast food joints most of them are paying, I think, $15 an hour, 15 to as much as 18.
Okay, yeah, I think in Pennsylvania they're paying about 20 an hour, which, you know what, I have no problem with that. You know what, if you could find yourself, an employer that will pay it, but you're going to pay the consequences for it. You're going to see, increased prices and all that. But I got so doggone aggravated recently. Like I say, if an employer wants to pay somebody $30 an hour, I really don't care. I want everybody to make a living. But But the problem is the attitude that you get with it. You still get this lackluster, subpar service. They want $20 an hour, but you get a $2 work ethic.
Yeah.
It drives me up the wall. I don't understand that. You know, we've heard from here, why should I work, any harder than I do for, the minimum wage? Well, you bump these people up and they still do a crappy job. I haven't figured that out, and I don't order fast food that often, thank God for that. But just in different situations, be it from the dry cleaner or at the grocery store, you just have these horrible work ethics. I don't know if people accept that. They're content with me. You give me crummy service, I'm going to find management, and I'm going to complain about it, and I'm going to hold you accountable. It's like, one of those things has been bugging me. Didn't know if other people have encountered that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Other than that, we're doing good. It's hotter than a hooker's doorknob up here, and I'm heading up. I'm near Chicopee, Mass now, and it's up to 76 degrees. We going to be hot and humid for the next week up here in the Albany area and all that kind of stuff. But other than that, we're doing okay, Steve. Not much else on my mind. I'll keep listening to the show and see if I have something else to interject.
Well, make sure you keep those sweet goodies on the shelf at the retailers out there.
You better believe it, my friend. Have a great day.
Bimbo. According to ZipRecruiter, as of July 3rd, 2024, just a few days ago, the average hourly pay for a fast food worker in Ohio is $20.28 an hour, while ZipRecruiter says they see salaries as high as $30.85 to as low as $9.60. The majority of fast food worker salaries currently ranges between $13.94 and $21.73 in the state. The average pay varies greatly, as much as $7.79 an hour difference, which suggests there may be opportunities for advancement and increased pay based on skill level, location, and years of experience. Ohio ranks number 8 out of 50 states nationwide for fast food worker salaries. To estimate the most accurate hourly salary range for the fast food worker job, ZipRecruiter continuously scans their database of millions of active jobs published locally throughout America. Let's see, what are the top 10 paying cities for fast food worker jobs in the state of Ohio? Cleveland ranks at number 1. Toledo, Dayton, Cambridge, Canton, Columbus, Lorain, Delaware, Hamilton, and then Cincinnati, the top 10 in fast food worker salaries. All right, Eagle back on board here on a hump day. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, Steve. I got a couple other things I wanted to talk about before I get back to Biden. Okay, now, Steve, this other deal that took place when it comes to Putin in Russia situation. I wanted to ask you what do you think is the ultimate outcome? Donald Trump says that if he gets in the White House, that he's the only man that can stop this deal with Ukraine and Russia from going on. And Vladimir Putin said that he wants to see what happens. He's interested in, what Trump has to say. But, a lot of, meanwhile, Joe Biden is doing his thing. And, things are just unraveling. It's getting out of hand. More and more innocent people. Biden, he doesn't know what's going on a day-to-day basis. So it's not looking good, Steve. And as far as Trump goes, it's fun to joke around. You got, at his rally, I didn't even know he was having a rally. I'm going to have to look at it tomorrow while I'm driving the truck. I had to have my head on the rally he had tonight down in Florida. I didn't hear about it. But yeah, I heard you gave some of the notes about what he had to say, and I promise you, Steve, Joe Biden, he talking about carrying a bag of golf clubs. This guy, Joe Biden, man, he ought to be ashamed of himself. I guarantee you, Joe Biden couldn't carry a bag 18 holes. He would definitely not. Joe Biden would fall flat on his face. He can't even get out of an airplane without falling on his face. How you expect to win a golf match with Trump? And Trump is one of the best golfers out there for his age. So it's not going to happen, Joe. Don't take that challenge, my man, because you'll definitely come out the loser if you challenge Trump into a golf contest. Now, here's the thing that really concerns me the most, Steve, when it comes to Biden again, and this getting out of the race deal. Okay, now Joe Biden, he says that he wants to stay in. Now let's look at this situation, Steve. The Democrats or whoever is running the show must really think that the American people are very stupid. Now, they expect the American people to believe that at the last minute, with only 2 or 3 months left in the election, Joe Biden is supposed to get out. They bring in this new person, whoever that might be, and Donald Trump is trying to be president for the last 3 or 4 years, going all over the country, going through all these different trials and everything else he don't been through. He don't spend money and the time and everything else for the last 3 years trying to get back in the White House. And you mean to tell me that the Democrats think that they can drop somebody in 2 or 3 months before the election, and he's just supposed to walk away? They gonna walk away with the victory and leave Donald Trump laying flat on his face. It ain't nothing crooked being done by the Democrats, right? Because they have a legit deal going on, even though they only had a candidate for 2 or 3 months against Trump. It's not going to happen, Steve. These guys, I don't care who they drop. They can put Nancy Pelosi, they can put Hillary, they can put Michelle Obama, any other name they can drop on. There's not enough time for them with 2 to 3 months to go before the election to eliminate Donald Trump and win the whole deal without some kind of bad vibes. And here's something right quick, Steve, how you know the Democrats have something up their sleeve, because I don't know if you said anything about it, but Joe Biden said today if it comes to his death, he's going to veto it. They're trying to pass that new deal, basically saying that a legal individual can vote in the 2024 election. Now, why would the Democrats be so interested in getting that deal passed if they hadn't planned anything illegal? Right. We're letting the illegal man vote this year. So that's my goal for American people, Steve. You better watch out. They got something planned. If they planning on dropping a man with 2 to 3 months before the election and he walking away with a victory, you could best believe something illegal was done. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, it's be interesting times, right? 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How often do you change your passwords? Yeah, right. I'd spend more time trying to remember my damn passwords, let alone trying to change them. According to the report, a file containing about 10 billion, that's with a B, 10 billion individual passwords was posted on an online hacking forum in what could be, they're saying, the largest such compilation of leaked passwords ever. The file was posted on July 4, no less, and contains passwords comprised from both recent and older data breaches from literally all over the planet. So many passwords available to hackers increases the likelihood of credential stuffing attacks, where one compromised password used for a user's account can be reused by a hacker to break into another account. The list discovery, just a reminder to use unique, strong passwords for every account in your name. Like we're not supposed to use the same password for differing accounts. How are you supposed to remember all these things? Now, not all the passwords in the compilation appear to be new, they say. In other words, some of them may have been leaked previously, but the way they were presented in a single searchable file increases the chance of what they call credential stuffing. That practice allows a bad actor to take a user's known password and try to reuse it to break into other accounts in their name. So as I said, if you use the same password for your bank account and your credit card account and other accounts, if they get the one, and they may try it for all the others. Who knows? Either way, Cyber News, as a security forum, news outlet said a recent wave of cyber attacks using that technique have indeed compromised sensitive data records across Santander Bank, AT&T, Ticketmaster, 23andMe, as well as various other businesses. The number of malicious cyber attacks has more than doubled since 2020, according to an International Monetary Fund report. They say the increase, the risk of financial consequences, this whether it's governments, businesses, and individuals. The financial sector is particularly attractive to those bad actors. The financial sector has experienced more than 20,000 attacks in the last 20 years. The healthcare sector is also an increasingly appealing target, according to the medical journal The Lancet. There, cyber attacks impact business operations, could also have deadly consequences for patients. One expert told the New York Times, "We should all be terrified after the recent breach of the U.S. health tech company Change Healthcare." And, of course, shortly after that, there was the Catholic hospital. I forget the name of that one. But they said the actual number of passwords in this particular compilation, which appears to be enormous, doesn't necessarily increase the threat capabilities of the bad actors that much. But the scale of the leaks kind of highlight the holes in online security. Another analyst notes, I know this might sound funny, but what's an extra 1.5 billion passwords? Once a document like this contains a certain number of data points, it may not matter how many new passwords are added, because the chance that the passwords repeat or are various or variations of previous occurrences actually increases. And Forbes said that this file might actually turn out to be, based on the size, it might be so huge that it's maybe even useless. I don't know. 10 billion individual passwords. Wow. All right, news break coming up, and final hour. Wow, looky there, just ahead. We'll roll into the final hour here on a Wednesday morning. And, of course, get back with your calls at 844-844-3388. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing generators, collector cars, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's called, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. We'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has championed the NATO alliance and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the annual summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of the three-day gathering. It's the 75th anniversary of the alliance, with support for Ukraine topping the agenda. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Discussions about Ukraine's membership to NATO are very much central to this summit. The alliance plans to agree on what's being called a bridge to membership. The strength of the alliance, that's now endured 75 years, is also part of this summit. US President Joe Biden marked the moment during a speech at the main kickoff event on Tuesday evening.
The American people know that all the progress we've made in the past 75 years has happened behind the shield of NATO. And the American people understand what would happen if there was no NATO. Americans, they know we're stronger with our friends.
Out of the back of 3 days of meetings, we're likely to see a commitment of extra support for Kiev, a command centre being built in Germany to train Ukrainians, and the promise of increased air defences for Kiev. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
There's been consensus reached at Democratic Party meetings on whether US President Joe Biden should suspend his re-election bid. The make-or-break private session saw Democrats in both the House and Senate discuss the president's future, but without reaching any decisions. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differing opinions at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee. That will be Donald Trump.
And White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre again fielded questions about Joe Biden's mental fitness to stand for re-election.
I said right here that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's. I actually went a step further and said he wasn't taking medication for Parkinson's. I said that right here.
Texans are still picking up the pieces after Hurricane Beryl slammed into the Gulf Coast on Monday. They face, though, another potentially deadlier threat. Millions are without electricity as the heat index soars to 105 Fahrenheit, that's 40 degrees centigrade. Some officials are warning it could take 2 weeks to get everyone back online. Tony Waterman has more from Austin.
State officials say strong winds and heavy rain toppled at least 10 transmission lines. Houston's main utility provider, CenterPoint Energy, says it's mobilized more than 11,000 workers and is aiming to restore power to 1 million customers by the end of Wednesday. But it warned that people in the hardest hit areas could experience extended outages as sweltering heat settles over the state.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. As Ukraine tops the agenda at the NATO Leaders Summit getting underway in Washington, the Russians have again denied they were behind Monday's missile strike on a children's hospital in Ukraine. It was part of a daytime barrage against cities across the country that left nearly 40 people dead and 200 injured. The Ukrainians say the hospital in Kiev will need to be completely rebuilt. President Biden, hosting the NATO summit, called the assault a horrific reminder of Russia's brutality. Hamish de Bretton-Gordon is a former British Army officer and former head of NATO's Rapid Reaction CBRN battalion.
Nobody should be any surprised at all that the Russians are attacking hospitals and schools. I saw them do it in Syria between 2014 and 2022. In fact, working for health agencies and NGOs in Syria, we documented 1,000 attacks on healthcare workers and hospitals. I know the Russians are claiming today that actually it was a Ukrainian Patriot missile that hit this hospital, but that is absolute rubbish. We all know, those of us who know about these things, that it's a subsonic Russian missile called a KH-101.
And at the United Nations, where the Russian ambassador insisted Moscow bears no responsibility for the attack, Ukraine's representative presented photographic evidence identifying fragments from a Russian cruise missile. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. US President Joe Biden has championed the NATO alliance and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the annual summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of the 3-day gathering. It's the 75th anniversary of the alliance, with support for Ukraine topping the agenda. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, final hour underway. Here we go. Take you to New York, where we have a history of low bridges and overpasses, bridge strikes, vehicles hitting bridges and elevated structures with those low height restrictions. It's been an ongoing problem for years. There was a law enacted a year ago that called for a statewide bridge hit enforcement campaign. Governor Hochul's office reported that during a recent 2-year period, there were more than 800 bridge strikes in the state of New York. Assembly Bill 8582 voted 143-1 last month to advance the bill that would go one step further, trying to address the issue in the state, sponsored by the assemblyman out of Rotterdam. It would require navigation systems like your GPS technology to show the height of bridges, tunnels, and underpasses along any proposed route. The bill moved to the Senate. Primary objective is to mitigate the rising number of bridge strikes due to ineffective warnings from GPS systems. Now, they also wrote in a bill memo that increased traffic guided by navigation systems and apps using GPS has actually led to a surge in bridge strikes. He added that even with existing warning signs, many drivers still strike low bridges, especially when they're in unfamiliar areas. This, they believe, will help drivers see those dangers on their GPS, keeping everyone safer. Warning signs apparently are not enough, so putting these alerts right where drivers are already looking, they hope, will make a big difference. His legislation stipulates navigation systems and electronic maps using GPS must provide users with the legal clearance height of bridges and overpasses along their route in the state. This is probably going to be more of a headache for the programmers with all these different GPS systems and Google Maps and all those sort of things. A navigation system would be in compliance when it includes legal clearance heights on proposed routes and informs that drivers and users are responsible to comply with vehicle height, weight restrictions, and other traffic laws. About a year ago, Hochul signed into law a bill that requires New York State Department of Transportation to conduct and release a study that compiles bridge strike data, requiring them to identify solutions to prevent strikes on low bridges. Oftentimes, the restrictions are unknown to truck drivers until they're in the immediate sight, which causes those strikes to occur, she says. They also had a week-long campaign back in November trying to increase awareness about bridge strikes there. The one thing that constantly comes to my mind is how many of these bridge strikes are individuals that maybe cannot speak or read the English language, so they don't understand what those numbers on the signs are saying or what the meaning of them is. Okay. What's going on, pup?
Oh, not much. How you doing tonight, big buddy?
Hanging with them on a hump day.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm in the same boat as Horse Feathers. I was a one and done tonight. And as far as Lobster goes, and he was talking about attitude, does he forget what part of the country he lives in?
Well, that's true.
But and no, Jolly Green is right. My God, that was a goose drowned in rain that came back to Indianapolis earlier this evening and stuff. But if you've got it's almost an hour long and stuff, but and you know how Pappy and Scarecrow talk about Dan Bongino and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a podcast, and I know broadcasters don't like listening to other broadcasters, so that might be against your rules.
No, Bongino's good.
But,
I enjoy Bongino.
Yeah, but he explained that very well last night on his podcast. Joe Biden's got to get the nomination. And he'll get the nomination because if they find him unfit right now, they got to kick him out. And if he gets the nomination, then say he has a health scare, or I don't like the guy, but I'm not wishing any ill will on him.
Mm-hmm.
But that money that they got banked up is for Biden-Harrison. And it's got to go that way. So he's got to get the nomination first. And if Pappy's listening, I might have that wrong. But that is the proverbial tit in the ringer that the Democrats are in right now. They're danged if they do, and they're danged if they don't. So
obviously, if Biden were to step aside, or AKA resign, Harris automatically becomes the sitting president, but she would still be entitled to all that millions of dollars that have been raised, correct?
The way I understood it, it has to go. Like right now, they have to have a virtual meeting because they weren't planning on Ohio. They have to have a virtual meeting because of Ohio. He won't be on the ballot if they go to their August date. And like Wisconsin, I believe it is, and Nevada, I believe it is, and Georgia, if he does not, God forbid, I don't wish this on anybody, but if he doesn't pass away and he doesn't do that in a certain amount of time, his name's still on the
They can't
ballot.
take it, correct. Yeah, we did share that last year. The name would still be either, passed away, or
Right.
I think that they also said declared incompetent, unable, unfit, or whatever. That'd be the Article 25 thing, I guess. And I don't think they're going to do that.
No, not with these doctors coming out and saying no, he's good. So I don't know. They're in a catch-22. So excuse me. But did you get any of that heavy rain over that way?
Yeah, it rolled through right about when we were kicking off the show. The bunker was rocking and rolling, thunder and torrential rains. Didn't last long, though. It was in and out pretty quick.
Holy smolies. I drove from Indianapolis up to Fort Wayne at about 45 miles an hour, and that might have been about 5 miles an hour too fast.
Yeah.
But Jolly Green was right by pulling over, and so was that maniac. I had right here in between Vernon and Geneva, Indiana, I had 2 1/4 inches of rain here when I pulled in the driveway this evening. Other than that, Steve, great show, and have a great evening, and I just giving you a holler. So
Thank you.
Talk at you later.
Appreciate you checking in. Have a great morning. There you go, pup. So it's kind of a catch-22, huh? See. Hello to Dennis. If you just joined, you're a little late to the show this morning. Dennis says, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well considering what we heard about 5/7. Prayers for him as well as his family. Have a blessed day, everyone. Yeah, maybe I could, I'll mention it again because we mentioned that in hour number 1, and of course the audience changes off and on throughout the night. 5/7, his wife took a fall Friday night, and he was trying to help get her up. Anyway, he had called EMS to come out, and while the EMS were there, he started feeling chest pain and couldn't catch his breath, so they called in another crew, and he was having a heart attack. And according to his Facebook post yesterday, when the other crews arrived, he said something you never want to hear from EMS is, I guess he opened his eyes and they said, stay with us, buddy. You were gone a while, but we brought you back. They put him on a helicopter, life flighted him to, I guess he's in Augusta, Georgia. And they sent his wife to Aiken, South Carolina. She had apparently severely low oxygen levels. And I guess while he was at the hospital, apparently he went into cardiac arrest again. As he put it, I checked out again. And they brought him back. I haven't heard from anyone that's actually had a chance to speak to him to get any kind of further update. Obviously, they're going and looking, have they gone in, maybe put some stints in, things of that nature. We're kind of in the dark looking for more details, so maybe later in the day, today, we'll find out more. But as I was mentioning to Jolly Green earlier, so his wife's in the hospital in South Carolina. He's in the hospital in Augusta, Georgia, and neither one of them can visit the other, and that's got to be very, very difficult. So prayers for 5/7 and his family.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I think you all know if you drive truck for a living, yeah, you're dealing with idiots out there on any given day. CDL Life had this story where Indiana police are investigating an interstate shooting that left a semi-truck driver critically injured. This was over the Independence Day weekend in Whitestown, Indiana. Met Whitestown police responded to northbound I-65 at about the 130 mile marker, a report that a semi had run off the interstate coming to a rest in front of the Wood Springs Suites there. The Boone County Sheriff's Office deputy was on scene providing medical aid to a truck driver who had been shot. But witnesses informed officers on the scene that the semi had been the victim of a road rage incident. The suspect vehicle was apparently brake checking multiple semis while traveling north on 65, causing traffic disruptions. Suspect vehicle described as a black in color sedan passenger car driven by a female with a male in the passenger seat. Police say the truck driver was transported to a hospital listed in stable but critical condition. But police there are asking for the public's help in this investigation. Obviously hoping that maybe someone out there might have some dash cam video, maybe some of the other truck drivers involved may have been brake checked by this guy on 65, might have dash cam video that they could pull up. They're saying if you have any information, you're asked to contact the Criminal Investigations Division or the Boone County Communications Center there. Again, in the Hoosier State, Whitestown, Indiana. Crazy stuff. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me a second time, Mr. Steve. The only reason I'd be in Indiana would be up there to see that Caitlin Clark play basketball there. So somebody does that in front of me, we'll already have his tag number because I'll have it on that dash camera up there. That's all just a dog and pony show up there. I don't think Biden's really as crazy as he's putting on to be there. So I don't know. We'll see in the end. But Gavin Newsom can't be with Kamala.
They're both California residents, right? And I think that the same can be said about Marco Rubio and Trump, right? Because they're both Florida residents,
right? Yeah, so that cuts Marco out on that. I don't know who Trump's going to choose. He picked it.
No, he's teasing. They're saying we will find out by the end of the week, so it could be any day, maybe today. Who knows?
Yep, never know then. I thought you said this was Driver Safety Week.
Operation Safe Driver Week. Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. Well, I leave Memphis, Tennessee. I went to Austin Monday. I didn't go through any scale houses that were open. I didn't see any policemen. Went all the way back, same thing. And I'm on my way. I'm 100 miles from Dallas right now. So I haven't seen the scale house open. Haven't seen a cop out here yet. So,
okay.
Ain't no safety week going on in me. So I guess that's just my good luck there, right?
Well, that's why I mentioned earlier. Has anybody seen anything going on? So, I mean, Operation Safe Driver Week doesn't seem to be much different than an average typical week anywhere any other time of year.
I know that's right. We know that Hillary is not a hot to a girl, right?
No doubt.
All right, I got another one for you.
Yeah.
Well, let me get to a real important start. Prayers for 57 Chevy there and his wife there. So I'd hate to hear anything about bad about happen to anybody there. It's amazing, Steve, that of all the crap that they've been through, that they're still together.
That is
You're
amazing.
supposed to say, who's that?
Yeah, who's that?
You bet, Cheech. I know what they're pull a trigger on that one. Be careful who you choose out there. Salt and sugar look the same, but they taste totally different.
That's for sure.
And that's all my bull on it for today there, man. You've had a great show. Thanks for keeping me awake this morning, Steve.
All right. Hopefully make it safely to your destination there, right? I hadn't been hearing a whole lot about the bird flu in the cattle, right? The dairy farms. Some are saying, I guess, I didn't realize there is still apparently a decent-sized market out there, people that really love the raw milk, unpasteurized. Yeah. Now, for decades, we've been told pasteurizing milk kills the harmful bacteria, yes, reduces foodborne illness. If that's true, then where did all the hype around raw milk come from? Why is something that's been long written off as dangerous suddenly become the trendiest thing on the market? A double board certified medical doctor, Dr. Paul Saladino, host of the Fundamental Health Podcast, a leading authority on the carnivore diet, recently joined the Rubin Report to explain the truth behind the controversial beverage and why the government seems to have a big problem with it. Apparently, raw milk is far safer than we've been led to believe. While pasteurized milk is not nearly as sanitary as the FDA claims, now, according to the doctor, pasteurized milk is not produced in the most sanitary conditions. The udders are kind of close to the poop, he said. Yeah, but they know the milk's going to be pasteurized, so they don't really care if it gets contaminated. Yeah, back in 1986, there was a huge outbreak of salmonella in pasteurized milk, he says. In contrast, raw milk farms take far more sanitary precautions. He points to the largest producer of raw milk in the country, which is Raw Farm, based out of California. The folks at Raw Farm build a special barn so the cows have multiple showers. They get the opportunity to poop and pee multiple times before they go to be milked. And the udders are cleaned. It is very carefully monitored, and they test every single batch for contaminants. They've never had contaminated milk. We'll pick up there after this.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. US President Joe Biden has championed NATO and promised more air defenses for Ukraine at the opening of the Defense Alliance's summit. He was speaking in Washington, D.C. at the start of a three-day gathering. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Discussions about Ukraine's membership to NATO are very much central to this summit. The alliance plans to agree on what's being called a bridge to membership. The strength of the alliance that's now endured 75 years is also part of this summit. US President Joe Biden marked the moment during a speech at the main kickoff event on Tuesday evening.
The American people know that all the progress we've made in the past 75 years has happened behind the shield of NATO. And the American people understand what would happen if there was no NATO. Americans, they know we're stronger with our friends.
Out of the back of 3 days of meetings, we're likely to see a commitment of extra support for Kiev, a command centre being built in Germany to train Ukrainians, and the promise of increased air defences for Kiev. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Staying with the US leader, there's been consensus at Democratic Party meetings on whether Joe Biden should suspend his re-election bid. The make-or-break private session saw Democrats in both the House and Senate discuss the president's future without reaching any decisions. Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar, agreed there were differences at Tuesday's meeting, but pushed back on suggestions Biden is losing support.
Right now, President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee.
Meanwhile, at the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre again fielded questions about Biden's mental fitness to stand re-election.
I said right here that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's. I actually went a step further and said he wasn't taking medication for Parkinson's. I said that right here.
In other news, India and Austria are likely to talk trade, investments and closer cooperation on green energy during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit on Wednesday. It's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Central European nation in 40 years. Yashan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The big focus during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Austria trip is likely to be attracting more investments in India. He's meeting with Austrian and Indian business leaders in Vienna on Wednesday. The two countries have recently agreed to support each other's startup ecosystems and have also signed a comprehensive mobility agreement. Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer has called Modi's visit a significant milestone in the two countries' relationship. It comes as India has been courting European countries to boost trade ties. An India-EU free trade agreement is currently in the works, but experts say Delhi may find it easier to secure bilateral agreements. Ishant Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Steve in Columbus, who says, morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there, the halfway point of the week is here, and we start looking forward to the weekend. So far, no plans, which is what we like. Now, it looks like we're going to be maybe playing in the rain here in central Ohio today. Although not a huge chance, but some rain indeed. I suppose it's time to head into town and just wait for the rain. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, the strong storms we saw this past evening, they came rumbling through here about the midnight hour. Yeah, you got some rain kind of headed your way there in the Columbus area. Nothing severe, though. That's the good news. And I guess later this morning, maybe the wraparound on the backside of what was Beryl will be coming through the region as well. Not nearly as strong, though, as what would be on the eastern side of the storm. The heavy rains this morning, torrential rains from the northernmost reaches of Ohio. It's coming down cats and dogs from Detroit to Lansing to Flint, Michigan to Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. Still dealing with some rain in the Chicago area. You ended up getting both sides of the storm. It's rained much of the night there in much of northern Illinois, northern Indiana. Again, that's the backside of the storm system. Before I get back to the calls, real quick, though, back to the raw milk thing. I didn't realize there was such a market out there for unpasteurized milk in this day and age. The doctor goes on to say, as for the alleged health benefits of raw milk, multiple observational studies have shown that children who grow up drinking raw milk have lower rates of asthma, eczema, allergies. Drinking raw milk probably is beneficial for kids, programming their immune system. Adding that pasteurized dairy was probably something that actually triggered his eczema in the past. Yeah, furthermore, a lot of people who are lactose intolerant can drink it because different bacterial cultures in the milk can change the gut. So if raw milk offers a range of health benefits, why is the FDA denigrating it? Apparently at raw farms and other similar farms, government agents have been showing up with long-barrel submachine guns demanding they dump all the milk. So I guess this guy's produced a big video, kind of a documentary on the war on raw milk and why raw milk is being connected to the bird flu. Maybe, I think Vic had, when this whole bird flu in the dairy cattle started coming into the news back in March. Yeah, Vic had chimed in about that. There seemed to be more to the picture here, but we know the pasteurization process is, they're telling it, it's killing the bird flu. There's still the remnants that the virus was in the milk, but it's no longer active due to the pasteurization process. Now, I don't know. Like I said, we know the number of dairy farms continues to grow where they're detecting, but there's still not a whole lot of testing going on out there at the dairy farms. All right, Scarecrow, got you coming up. Gilligan's back on board here. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, could you come back to me? I'm getting ready to switch out trailers. I'd appreciate it.
Very good. That is not a problem. Back in queue. So there's Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, the country has survived on raw dairy milk since the dawn of the United States. And if you want to go carry out farther than that, since the dawn of mankind, when they started consuming dairy products, yeah, certainly there can be the chance for invasion of a disease or such, but something certainly worked through the years. The weakened immune systems in kids, that is a huge issue today.
No doubt.
We've got we've talked about this before. Kids, they're not allowed to drink water out of a garden hose or, eat dirt, or that all strengthens the immune system. Our own granddaughter, she's been so sheltered, and she's got some type of a bug every time we, hear from them, Steve. They haven't. Kids aren't allowed to be kids anymore.
Right.
That's the bottom line there. Yep. I grew up drinking raw milk till we moved into town, and then we only switched, to the pasteurized milk, since that's what the dairy plant produced. But no, there's far more to it, this bird flu thing, than we know about. I guess that's the easiest way to put it there. Maybe Gilligan's going to talk about this, but I gotta thank you, Steve, for kind of explaining the 5-7 phenomenon there at the start of the program. There, it was a bit of a smack alongside the head, in that before I left the crow's nest last night, going through my text messages, and there was one from my sister. Well, 5-7 and I were about the same age, and likewise we got both have family members with health issues and such, and so I'm digesting what my sister had said, and meanwhile I clicked on what 5-7's message was there, caught something about 5-7, and well, Steve, I really thought that I was gonna feed him a little feedback joke about that new Mopar of his getting waxed by some 57 Bel Air. That's kind of where that's like I say, I didn't read it thoroughly, and it certainly took a different venue when you explained what was going on there. So prayers to say the least, man. That's a tough boat.
Can't help but wonder if when we get to speak to him next time, whether did you see that white light kind of thing? Because apparently he was dead on the floor and brought back by EMTs.
It will truly be curious if he remembers anything that took place.
Yeah, true.
Your mind has a way of blanking out the most extreme of misfortune and such, but that's yet to come. So we'll skip over the casualness here, watching at the clock here. I want to get this across now. Campaign 2024. We any campaign in the election period in the past, Steve, I can't think of anyone that has enjoyed it or looked forward to it. You get so tired of these mailers coming in on a daily basis, and they will start, in a matter of weeks or months as we get closer to election day. But Steve, right now, I look forward to each new day. What's the next shoe that's going to fall? What's the next little smidgen snippet that gets dropped, on the right, from the right or the left? This is true entertainment, man. Referencing Bongino there. Yeah, we reference him a lot, but he's got a view and an angle that a lot of others don't. Now, this came up, I think it was on yesterday's program. That specialist that's been visiting the White House there routinely. Now, the narrative has been, there's been several others that have been checked out and such. Well, in Bongino's world, the president is the only person that accesses the medical facility down in the basement of the White House. It may be that immediate family member would, but he said there's a number of other medical facilities within eyesight of the White House where Secret Service and any number of others, senators, congressmen, such, they can access on short notice. That if there's a specialist down in the White House, there's very few people that are going to have access to him. And as he's talking about this, I'm wondering what kind of secrecy would this specialist be held to? And given we know how extreme politics can be, and this has come up. We know the left, when it comes to left, life and death, that's irrelevant. So what's the value of the life on this specialist right now? It's things like that a couple 3 weeks back it came up about the how extreme matters it looks on the Trump side, that it looks like a sure thing, but Steve, the word assassination came into conversation too on that program. I haven't heard it repeated, but as I say, the left could not care less about Biden. We know that, but the power hungry, that's what it's all about. Also mentioning, and we've talked about the puppet master. Jill Biden, she is the one doing the campaigning right now. I've caught clips, a couple of different appearances lately. Oh, she just, of course, they're beating that abortion drum to no end. But yeah, she's the one, the power hungry monger that's pushing Joe. And I'm not saying President Joe. This is a regime. It's not a presidency. But yeah, there's just so much going on that if it ever sees daylight, the country will not believe that this could be taking place within our under our noses and such. But so I'm really looking forward to, provided Trump gets in there, to roll the covers back, pull that curtain back. And but on a local note, Wisconsin, we got that convention coming up in the next couple weeks here. My son, in fact, I sent the image picture to you a little bit ago. One of my boys, he'd captured the flight path. There's a bomb-sniffing helicopter that's been flying patterns over the city or that area yesterday, I think it was, or such. But so that'll continue on. We saw it's a small community, our bedroom community of Milwaukee. They interviewed on our local news last night what their feelings are. And the individual, he said, no, Biden, he's out of the picture. And so the reporter says, what are your feelings on, Harris? Can she handle the job? He says, no. And but it didn't matter, Steve. It's one of these. I'm going to vote straight party line. I'm going to vote Democrat. It doesn't matter who is in there. They're going to vote Democrat. And that brings to mind, I'm wondering, what is it from the previous Trump administration, what part of that administration and his successes does the left so despise? What did he ever do wrong, Steve, that the left does not want to see repeated again? It's unreal that there's decisiveness in this country, that's for certain, but common sense versus I don't know what we'd have to call that. But we'll get out of here and let Gilligan come in and complete the program here, maybe. Either way, well, thanks for having me on board. We'll do it again, man.
Very good. Yeah. So I wasn't understanding what he sent me was the link to the, I guess it's publicly available information about it was a flight pattern there. And I forgot the RNC, the convention is coming up in Milwaukee next week, right? So obviously, you've got all the Secret Service, law enforcement, all prepping the city for the influx of powerful members of Congress, potential, future president, and all that sort of thing. Vice president, all going to be gathering there in the same place. So I guess yesterday it was, he described it as a nuke sniffer. It's a helicopter, and the flight pattern it was taking yesterday. I mean, just back and forth. I mean, just kind of zigzag, back and forth, covering the entire city of Milwaukee. And I don't know modern technology, but they They've got the ability to find potential threats on the ground there. So that's their prepping for the big convention that starts next Monday. Very interesting. Okay, we'll return right after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we jump right back into it here, and let's try again. You all set there, Gilligan?
Yes. Yeah, I'm set, Steve. Got everything hooked up and ready to roll. Hey, I think we'd analyze two pieces of information we've gotten this week. On Monday morning, I'd already been aware of this. On Friday night, we found out the heat wave has been taking Midol for menstrual cramps.
All right.
Now we find out a little bit ago that Knucklebuster is going to Indiana to visit Caitlyn Jenner. I'm beginning to worry about them two. What do you think?
Boy, things that make you go,
Exactly. I wouldn't be one of them people that would twist information at all. Of course.
No,
you know that.
no.
GMA B&S Enterprises lose is always the top notch, you know. Hey, he's talking about how that New York's passing that law that GPS systems are required to put the actual height of the bridge in New York State
Mm-hmm.
areas. Right. I couldn't find the words. There's a problem with that, Steve. I don't know whether you're aware of this, but a lot of your listeners are. I know that. New York posts their heights to their warning signs on the bridges a foot shorter than the actual bridge. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that they go under a bridge thinking it's taller than it is. Well, it's showing 12.6, maybe it's 13.6.
Right.
But the reason that has been done for years was, they say, because of foot of snowpack. They up to a foot of snowpack. Now, I've seen bridges that was actually 12.2, 12.4. People have been able to get under with a 13.6 truck, too. I mean, most of them are showing 12.8, 12.10 and such, you know. But New York State is notorious for under measuring their bridges on the signs. That's went on way longer than I've been driving. I mean, I've been out here 25 years. I remember going to New York State and being told that it's kind of like the deal with you don't go on a parkway in New York, and if you see the signs for them parkways, you'd see why. A lot of them bridges are 8 and 9 feet. It's just New York is a mess. I used to go up to New York City every week, it seemed like. So I actually went in delivered in Queens out of New York City, out of Winchester to Queens, 6 days in a row. I mean, there was a time I was going to New York City every little bit. It was the same customer out of the Hood plant there in Winchester. Believe you me, I was one tired puppy by the end of that week. Yeah, there was something else I want to talk about, but I can't think of it right now. I hope everybody has a safe night. And everybody take care. And prayers for 5-7.
All right, and hopefully we'll be able to get some info at some point today, learn a little bit more what the prognosis is. Yeah, because depending on what they have to do, if he's able to get by with maybe a couple of stents or something, that's one thing. If he has to have like a bypass surgery, open heart, like Spaceman's going to be facing here next month, yeah, it's going to take him off the road for a much longer period of time. I was a little bit confused, when Double R was explaining Anita having the surgery here day before yesterday, which was kind of a bypass thing, but it was not, they didn't have to open her up. It was what they called robotic surgery, which is amazing. I mean, they have come leaps and bounds in medical technology, but whatever her process was, I guess maybe she'll still have to pass a stress test, but apparently she'll be able to, in fairly short order, she's supposed to be back up on her feet, feeling like $1 million, and I hope that is the case. So, yeah, we'll maybe learn a bit more about that when we come back at the midnight hour. Hump day already, halfway point, midweek. Have a safe day and enjoy, and yes, hope you can join us again at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight to do it again, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except tonight. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.